do that, so I have still people speak who didn't sign up, but you could go by the order of the cards originally.
Yes.
Okay.
I think we got most of them on, but just so you're.
We'll call the meeting to order.
Welcome to Nixa City Hall. This video is going to provide you with an overview of how the City of Nixa conducts City Council meetings. We encourage everyone to attend and participate in City Council meetings. This is part of how democracy works at the local level, listening to the perspectives of subject matter experts, city residents, and other community members helps our elected leaders make more informed decisions. Before we start the meeting, let's review some of Council's rules of order. These rules help us make sure our meetings are orderly and efficient, while protecting the ability of everyone to have an opportunity to speak. Please be respectful of the person speaking and hold your own comments until it is your turn to speak. Presenters are invited by the council to provide information during the meeting to the council. These are informational presentations only, and nothing will be voted on at the time of the presentation. Presenters are not time limited. There are 2 times when all other visitors will be able to speak to council. The first is during the visitor section of the agenda, and the second is during any public hearing regarding an agenda item. During the visitor section, anyone may speak to council about any topic, whereas the public hearings regarding specific agenda items allow you to make comments for council to consider before they make a decision on that topic. Whether you wish to speak during any public hearing or the visitor section, the following rules of order will apply. 1. Only one person should speak at a time. Be respectful of the person speaking and wait to speak until it is your turn. 2. Anyone speaking must do so from the podium and speak into the microphone. 3. You must first state your name and provide your address in writing to the city clerk before beginning your comments. 4. All speakers will be given 5 minutes to make their comments to the council. The mayor or council may have additional questions for speakers after this 5-minute period. 5. All comments should be addressed to the mayor and council. 6. If you have questions about existing city processes, programs, or policies, or if you need assistance from staff on any issue, please contact City Hall during normal business hours and we'll be happy to assist you or answer any questions you may have at that time. The public hearing is designed to provide the public an opportunity to provide testimony and information to the mayor and council regarding the decisions they may be considering. Keep in mind this meeting will be recorded and live streamed with video and audio. Therefore, all comments relevant to this meeting must be spoken into a microphone, otherwise video viewers will not be able to hear you. In the case of a closed session or technical difficulties, some meetings or portions of meetings may not actually be recorded or streamed. The use of cell phones during council meetings is discouraged, so please silence all devices now. Thank you for watching, and thank you for engaging with the City of Nixa. The meeting will begin shortly.
Here.
Sean Lucas.
Here.
Jared Giddens.
Here.
Aaron Peterson.
Here.
Darlene Graham. Here. Matt Ogden.
Here.
Please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance. Thank you. We'll move on to our presentation.
Good evening, Council. Tonight we've got SWT Design here to present on the north parcel design for the Oath Family Century Farm Park. Over the last several months, Katie, somewhere in the back there, myself and the park staff have been working with SWT on this design to just kind of give us a layout of what this north parcel will look like. I'll remind you that the house and the barn are something that we have to maintain within the property. But Jay's here tonight with the team. I'll let him introduce the team. How about that? To kind of give you guys a quick overview of this final product that we're going to see in a design.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of council. Excited to be here. Appreciate the opportunity to share with you
the plan, as it is a master plan. And Matt mentioned our team, and I did want to start by acknowledging our team. Uh-oh, what'd I do? There we go. That works. Thank you. Matt mentioned, so SWT Design, we led the team, but we had a really strong team in addition to staff, Matt, Katie, their team, Insight Design Architects, and Nate Rapp is here tonight from Insight, Jason Clark and CMT, so Jason's here. And then in addition to myself with SWT Design, Brianna Coleman, who's here as well, and then Scott Rundy, who was unable to be here with us. But so we're excited to share this vision, and we just want to reiterate, it is still just a master plan. It's a concept. It's the next piece in the process of moving something forward. So really what we're doing is we're taking the plan that was established in the 2020 master plan, which really thought about a program for what this parcel could be. And in the 2020 plan, we looked at the north and the south sides of the property. This plan here just focuses on the north. So this was the plan that we had in the 2020 master plan. And what we wanted to do was take it to the next step to give the city the tools to be able to then continue forward on the timeline that would be appropriate. So whereas in 2020, we really talked with the community and with staff about what they would like to see on this property, we went a little further in this master plan and really wanted to think about how can that program be developed on the property itself. So up on the screen now are just a few of the analysis levels that we looked at. We looked at the topography or the slope of the land. We looked at how steep some of those areas were. We looked at the amount of vegetation and where that vegetation is on the site. We even looked a bit at the soils for the sort of the health of the site. And what we really wanted to do there is the image there on the right, which is identify the areas of the property that would bring the highest value for development. This north parcel established in the master plan in 2020 was really to be a passive recreation. So it's about trails and nature and developing some destination elements, but it's not a highly active developed site. So that graphic on the right there, the dark green is based on the analysis, the areas that would be the most advantageous for development. And then as it gets lighter, those are the areas that would be the more difficult or more expensive to develop. And then sort of the hashed area are the areas that are protected because they're floodplain or floodway. So we want to limit the amount of impact that we have on that. So in this plan, we wanted to start by getting a stronger foundation on where we want to think about development on the property. And then what we did is once we got to that analysis, then we sat down and said, well, what does that mean? So the different images up here start to show that maybe the types of development that might happen in those different areas. So starting from the more highly developable areas on the top down to those lower areas of development or the more sensitive areas of the site. So in the higher areas, it's bigger development, it's playgrounds, it's buildings, it's more impactful. And then as we move down, it becomes less impactful and smaller development. And so that was one piece of what we did in this process. The other part of what we did, or another part of what we did, is we wanted to understand a little bit more the infrastructure of the site. So on the left, it was looking at the utilities, both existing and where we would need to bring utilities into the site, be it electric, sanitary, sewer, water, and get a handle on what that might look like, or at least start to understand the impact that will have on development. Also looking at access and coming in AA and where entries into the park might be, knowing that the south side is intended to be a park as well. So we wanted to start to, again, look a little deeper than we just did in the original master plan. And then on the right, we wanted to look at the two structures that will remain as part of the park. Not necessarily in the condition they're in now, but would be part of the park. So Nate and his team did an analysis of the two buildings to really think about, are they buildings that we would keep and what would that take to do and sort of refurbish or rehab, or would we take them down and build something new in their place that's reflective of what's there now? And so all of this started to set the groundwork for where we would develop the master plan. And then we wanted to make sure we had public input in this process as well. So we had an open house back in October where we shared a lot of the information in more detail than what I just covered with you, as well as a preliminary design, a preliminary plan that showed how that program would lay out on the site. So we had a good turnout at the open house. We also, in addition to the open house, we had an online feedback form, and we had over 200 people respond to that, and got a lot of feedback and comment that helped guide the development of what the plan became. And then below the images there from the open house is just some of the feedback that we heard, which was consistent with the foundation that was established back in the master plan in 2020, which was the idea of this north parcel being that passive recreation, the trails and nature, community spaces, ways people could come out and experience the site and have that park experience, that recreation experience. And in the final document, we have a lot more detail that's provided, so you're welcome to kind of look at that as well. So this is the concept plan as it is now, the master plan. A lot going on here as far as line work and color here. So what we wanted to do was to break the park down into areas. So what we did is we said there's kind of 6 zones to this park. And each zone, based on the analysis that we did, the feedback that we heard from the community and staff, has sort of an identity and a program that goes with it. So I'll walk through each of the zones here pretty quickly with you, and I'm happy to answer any detailed questions if you have them as we go. But so zone 1, we called kind of the event zone, the entry zone. So on the left, on the top, you'll see that area of the park denoted with the call out. Below it is a little more of a refined drawing that shows what that space looks like. And then on the far right side is just some imagery that goes with what some of the program is. And then down the center, you'll see is just sort of a list of some of the activities that could happen in this zone. And a lot of that's driven by the areas, the 2 pieces below that, the activity level and the environmental sensitivity. And so those were some drivers as we looked at this. So the entry area, or the events area, we see as a high activity area because it includes the existing structures. It's where the entry to the park would occur. And this area of the park was in the lower sensitivity area of development. So we really wanted to look at what those opportunities were to create spaces that invite people in to the park. And so it's the entry, it's parking, it's the reestablished or refurbished house, which we see as kind of an education center. And then the barn, which would be expanded to be more of a community event space or an activity space. And then a series, let me go back one more really quick. And then in addition to that, to the barn, there'd be an outdoor space that goes with that as well. So zone 2, we were calling the upper park amenity area. And again, this was in that lower sensitivity area. And we see this as being sort of the destination area within the park for the most activity that would happen. This is where a large playground would be, probably a water play area. There's pavilions, additional parking. We start to engage the woodland area on the north side of it. So maybe a pavilion up in the tree line with an overlook that looks down out into the hillside, down through the woodland to the north. Lots of opportunities for people to actively play and engage in the park. There'd be a large open event lawn area that's off to kind of the left or the west of the parking that's showed there. So this is when people come into the park, if they're here for day use, this is one of the prime locations that they would come into. So you can see on the right-hand side there, pavilions, playgrounds, water play. So a lot of opportunity for community space in this part of the park. Zone 3 is another activity area. This is what we're calling the lower event and activity area. As soon as we get there. And this is on more of the eastern edge of the park. Thank you. So this would be kind of a secondary entrance point to the park. You would come in off of Owen Road and be able to enter into the park. Another sort of amenity area with probably a smaller pavilion, smaller playground. This one may be more nature themed. And this becomes a real trailhead entry point as well to connect to some of the loop trails and other activities that happen within the park. So still an activity area, maybe it's a little less developed than the upper activity area, but a secondary use area that really integrates itself into, there's a clearing down there, there's a woodland and a stream that feeds down to the river. So kind of nestling this in there and then connecting it to the larger park activities. Zone 4 then is the woodland area. There we go. So this, now we're getting into more higher sensitivity. We want to limit our impact and our development. We want to maintain that woodland. So here it's more about trails, both sort of hiking and walking trails, as well as potentially mountain biking trails as a way to get it activated. This is also where that interface with that overlook could occur to get people up and kind of up into the treetop, into the tree canopy. But it's doing it, being very respectful and keeping an eye on where those trees are and working it within that woodland area. There's also a nice sort of dry stream on the western edge of the woodland that makes its way down to the river. And so really enhancing that and giving people the opportunity to engage and interface with those areas of the park. So being really thoughtful of the impact that we would have on the woodland. And then the same thing carries through to Zone 5, which is the north side of the park. We're calling it the river edge. This is very much passive. It's about really understanding the ecology and the landscape and really reinforcing that. So we know this is a flood-prone area of the park. So being smart about development, light on development, more about trails, and again, an overlook that would allow people to experience the river without directly engaging with the river at this point, and then reestablishing some of those landscape ecologies along the river edge. Trails are a big part of this as well, and potentially boardwalks where we want to stay up out of those lower wet areas. So another way, the site lends itself to a variety of experiences, from sort of those open activity areas to being in the woodland area on the north side and the slope to really getting down closer to the water edge. So there's a lot in these 52 acres that people are able to do. And then the last zone, Zone 6, comes back now to the south side along AA and Owen Road. This is a large open meadow space right now, and we see this as a way to really enhance that space as well, reinforcing the sort of the meadow, the habitat piece to it with trails, educational signage. This is where the idea of maybe an additional disc golf course could happen to take some of the pressure off of the existing disc golf and spread some of that in a very light touch way throughout the park. So a series of trails and connected landscapes and educational components. There may also be a larger sort of identity sign at the corner of Owen and AA that would alert people that they're coming up to the park and really sort of enhance that park visitor engagement and interaction. So really thinking about that touch and not wanting to have 52 acres that get mowed by lawnmowers every week, and enhancing what's out there for that experience. And it's a space that changes throughout the year. Both that meadow area and the river edge would be something that you could come out there, different seasons, different times throughout a season, and it's going to look and feel different. And so to allow that to happen, we have a trail system that goes throughout the entire park. So there's, on the north side, we call it kind of the river loop, which I'm behind your heads here, but it's kind of the loop that runs out to the point on the north side of the park. And then we have kind of the meadow loop that would allow people to really enhance or experience that south side of the park, and then they would connect together through the woodland and kind of through a meadow connection here. So developing levels of trails for people to walk with the idea that both that north and that south loop, as much as possible, would be ADA compliant and paved for the most enjoyment and opportunities to explore it. So as an idea, this is sort of a refined version of what was developed in the 2020 plan. As part of this as well, we wanted to look a little more at what those structures could become. So Nate and the team at Insight, really at a very high level, we just looked at program and use. So in the middle and then to the left is the idea of how that barn could be redeveloped and maybe expanded to be an event facility of some kind. So the red outline that you see kind of in the middle there is the existing barn footprint. So maybe adding an entrance to it, an arrival, and then adding to the backside to be more of that indoor space. That could be indoor, outdoor as well. So that's, in the image, it's sort of the orange rectangle there on the upper left. And then on the right-hand side is the idea of how that house could be sort of rebuilt as more of an education and interpretive center. It would also include public restrooms on the south side of the park, which would then add for day use and people to experience the park. But internally, there could be educational pieces that tell people about the history of the property. It could talk more largely about the James River, and there's a lot of opportunity for education that could be built in there. And with the size of it, there could even be a small sort of classroom space in there for groups, scout groups or other small groups that wanted to come in and use it for some of their educational opportunities. So both of these are very high level. Just it was a way to take what we had heard from the input and the process and develop something that we could put in the plan and start to put some costing towards that really aligned with the desires of the property, the property acquisition, as well as the desires of the community. And then we also dove a little bit more into the utilities with the help of CMT and their role here. And we really looked at where utilities come from and how we would connect up to those existing. And so we wanted, again, to be able to think through this at a level that we could start putting numbers together as a tool for the Parks Department and for council to move this forward at the time that's right. And we did do what we call order of magnitude costing, keeping in mind that there's a lot of variables that go into pricing for something like this. The pavilions, everything has a range of cost depending on what's appropriate. So we looked at each zone and kind of put pricing to the components that we saw in those. And so as a construction subtotal for the entire park, just over 12.5 million. Then we have a series of soft costs is what they're called, design fees, contingencies. So it's very, very unlikely that something like this ever gets built all at one time, but this provides a roadmap and a way to start thinking about funding and opportunities for funding. In the report, we talk about grants and other ways that any funding that's available could be leveraged to expand on a timeline that's appropriate for implementation. But the vision, having that plan is really important, but also having a point of reference to start thinking about what it will take to implement something like this is also important. So this is just a summary of it. In the document, there's a much more detailed breakdown, which actually looks a little more like this next slide. In working with staff, we did think about what a phase one could be from a development standpoint. Thank you. And we really thought the idea of taking that lower amenity area, the city wouldn't have to think about the interface at AA right away and what happens with those existing buildings right away. They could all remain in place, and developing something in that lower amenity area off of Owen Road. There could be a smaller pavilion and a playground, maybe start to set up some of the trails. And so even taking that zone as itself and pulling pieces of it out, this is just kind of a first pass, and there's lots of ways to find the right budget and what that might look like. But the thought was this made sense as a first phase if the city was looking for something to start to align some of those funding opportunities with. And again, a lot of opportunity to refine cost to find the right piece of what a phase one looks like. But this got a lot. Not only did it develop some of these elements, but it allows people to get into the park and start to use some of that space within the park property itself. So we were excited to kind of think about what that initial implementation might start to look like. And the idea being to use this as an opportunity for grants or other ways to leverage any funding that might be applied towards it when the time is right. So we were excited to be able to work with Matt and Katie and the Parks team and to really think about how the vision that was set up in the 2020 plan could start to be refined and think a little bit more about about implementation. So it was an honor to be a part of that plan, and so we're excited to share it with you tonight. So we thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Any questions?
I have a question. I noticed on here, there's nothing that shows us where there's like direct river access for people who might want to kayak or float. Is there anything in this plan to do that eventually?
There's nothing preventing it. We didn't identify an access point just because when we were putting the plan together, we weren't sure if that's something that would want to be fully implemented as far as river access goes. So that area, from a development standpoint, we're pretty light on. So adding an access point is something that could be.
I know a lot of people would like that. It's a perfect place to float. You can go lots of places.
Yep. Yeah, and I think that's definitely something that we could incorporate into the plan at that time for sure.
Thank you.
Yep.
Did you incorporate the concept of something that would be able to be connected to the Greenway trails in Greene County?
Yeah, in fact, I didn't mention that, and I should have. So, knowing with the Greenway plan, there's sort of the oaf alignment that would come through this property. We didn't include it in the costing of this one, but we did think about what might happen if there are changes made to AA, and then when the development on the south side would happen as well. And one of the thoughts that we had that we put in here was, could there actually be an underpass or like a tunnel under AA that would link both sides, so you wouldn't have to cross on grade. There'd be a way to bring the trail. And we think it's feasible. Obviously, there's a lot of design and thought to be done, but and then that would allow that Greenway alignment to come right through both properties and go right through the park, and then be able to eventually connect east-west depending on where that development would occur. So, yep. Yeah, that's a really exciting part of what this property could be, of what this park could be. So.
I've seen all the underpasses in Ozark that go along with the Greenway Trail, so that's very, very interesting.
Yeah. It would be a really nice way to allow people, and then it would, even though the two parcels are divided by the road, once they're developed, there would still be a way to really connect them and allow people to move back and forth. And even in the initial master plan level, we talked a lot about shared parking. So, what level of development could happen on the north side that could potentially support the south side and do the same thing in the other way. So.
Any other questions? You have anything else to add, Matt? Thank you very much. We appreciate your time. Did a great job.
Thank you.
And move on to the visitor section.
Ron Sanders.
Boy, I picked a good night for this one. Good evening, my name's Ron Sanders. I live at 976 Glen Oaks Drive. And tonight, I wanted to talk about the ugly word of taxes, because it doesn't seem like we have enough. We don't have enough money to pay for the city. We don't have enough money to pay for all the beautiful things that we want to add to the city. But we always avoid property taxes. The city can collect property taxes, right? The school gets funded, or I think they get like $60 million or something like that from property taxes in Christian County. If the city started collecting property taxes, maybe we could get the $18 million to develop that beautiful farm that somebody gave us, or the $25 million sports complex that we want, or the $14 million police station that we really, really need. Maybe if we just started reaching into people's pockets a little bit more, we could extract just a little bit more of that money. After all, we have 8,000, as of 2017, we have 8,555 households in Nixa, maybe a little bit more by now. 67% of the people in Nixa are employed, and the mean income is over $60,000 a year. So everybody here is pretty much making a lot of money. The poverty level, I think there's only like 7% of the population in Nixa is below the poverty level. So we got a lot of very rich people. We got a lot of people with a whole lot of money, but they're not spending money in Nixa. So we're not getting the taxes through sales. We're barely making enough to pay for what the city does now. So why don't we go for the property taxes too? Just this one idea that we just watched would cost every single working person here about $2,500, $2,600. We could pass the hat. I don't know if that would work or not, but, you know, we could ask everybody to just pony up $3,000 and put it in a hat and we could build the park. Or we could collect it in property taxes. We only have about 480 businesses in Nixa, so that pond is kind of dry. And we're getting ready to discuss raising the sales taxes on the 480 or so businesses that we have here. So what's everybody going to do? Everybody behind me probably came here to talk about something else, and they're looking at me like I got a third eye in the back of my head talking about this craziness. Why the heck is he want to raise our taxes by proposing property taxes? Well, everybody here wants the pretty things, right? We want that beautiful park. We want a swimming pool. We want a dog park. We want a skate park. We want a couple more basketball court parks. We want a big old facility so people can come here and play all kinds of sports and stuff. I think we're up to the Mega Million. Is the city allowed to play the Mega Millions now? Maybe if we win, we take care of all of this, you know? Or we could start living within our means. Everything that I've said prior to this point, I forgot to preface one thing. I believe that taxes are theft, okay? And the more this city wants to spend, the more you have to take from the people who live here. And that's a lot. $18 million for this, $25 million for that, $14 million for what we need, $1 million for a new roof on the rec center. I could keep going on and on. But I think that what we really need is for the city to live within its means until we grow the commercial and industrial part of our city so that we are generating more business here and everybody isn't working up in Springfield spending all their money there. That's what's going on. We got to figure out how to run the city within the means of what everything is happening now. And all I see is a lot more spending. All I see is a lot more taxes. So if you're going to unload the taxes and we're going to become a bedroom community, you might as well just do it to us. Raise those property taxes up, raise those sales taxes up. That'll slow down the growth a whole lot. I can tell you people will stop coming here. Or we can figure out a better way. I've talked about it several times. Please figure out a different way, a better way, because to afford everything that you want to do, that's the only route that you can take to do it.
Thank you, Mr. Sanders. I know we all understand that Mr. Sanders is being sarcastic. Nixa does have property tax. It's in line with other similar communities in the region. Our sales tax is about a third of the rate of other communities. Our sales, actually, people do spend a huge amount of money. Nixa residents do spend a huge amount of money in Nixa, pretty much in line with all the other communities. It's just that the sales tax rate is a third of what it is in Ozark or Republic or Springfield. And so that's what causes us to have revenue shortfalls that we'll talk about here in a little while. Move on to the next one.
No other signed up visitors.
All right, no other visitors. We will move on to our ordinance section.
First reading, Council Bill Number 2022-121, an ordinance of the Council of the City of Nixa, rezoning the real property generally located at the northeast corner of North Main Street and Tracker Road intersection from single-family residential R1 district and general commercial GC to high-density multifamily R3 residential district and general commercial GC district.
Thank you. Mayor, Council, good evening. I apologize, you'll be hearing from me a lot this evening. So this is the Walker Family Investments. They own approximately 28.39 acres of property located at the northeast corner of Tracker and Main. The property was annexed in 2021 and given the zoning of general commercial and single-family residential. In August of 2021, a preliminary plat for the Walker Woods subdivision was approved, which featured 2 general commercial lots and 54 R1 single-family lots. At the time, the Walker Woods subdivision featured 2 access points, one's on the tracker and one on the Main Street. We do have the Main Street widening project currently going through the process, through the grant process. The city was hopeful to work with the developer to kind of have those timelines at the same time, kind of line up to where we could at least have a design done of Main Street by the time that they're ready to connect to it, so that way we can save them some money on trying to do improvements to Main Street, but that was not the case. They were moving far faster than our grant process was, so we weren't able, they submitted construction plans and we were not able to approve those construction plans due to the connection to Main Street. So that's kind of what has led to this rezone. So the rezone request is to expand the general commercial from 2.53 acres to 3.15 acres. The remaining 25.24 acres will be rezoned to from single family to high density multifamily. This property is currently vacant. There was a structure on it, but they have since demoed it. It is bound by single family zoning or single family structures located in the county to the east. To the north is undeveloped property along with a single-family structure. Or no, the single-family structure is to the west along with North Main Street, and then to the south is East Tracker Road. The proposed land use change is consistent with the pattern of development in the vicinity and also with the future land use map. The future land use map does show general commercial, R3 multifamily, and single-family for this property, so it kind of shows a transitional zoning on it, but in the past, we did approve single-family zoning, but again, there is R3 present on this piece of property as part of the future land use map. So the subject property is bound by North Main Street, which is a collector-level road, along with East Tracker Road, which is secondary arterial. This will require a traffic impact study to be performed at the time of development to kind of show what improvements may or may not be needed to safely move traffic through that area. And again, that will be based off of, they have one presently, and they have traffic improvements to Tracker Road, construction plans that are ready to go, but due to the zoning change, it would require a new one based off of the new impact that will happen. So the subject property does have immediate access to all municipal utilities. The subject property is subject to the Northwest Regional Lift Station Agreement requiring reimbursement of $188,011.60 at the time of development. The property does contain multiple sinkholes, and one of those is also considered a FEMA floodplain hazard. So due to, at the time of development, these will have to be considered and also comply with current city code. The current density standards for R3 is 14.52 dwelling units per acre. Since the portion of this property that is going to be rezoned to multifamily is 25.24 acres, that can basically allow for a maximum of 366 dwelling units. A public hearing was held at the December 5th, 2022 regular planning and zoning meeting. During the public hearing, neighbors voiced concerns and opposition to this rezone. Most of the concerns were related to the increase in traffic that will be generated by the zoning change. Neighbors adjacent to it, the zoning change expressed concerns about the property values or their property values. Another topic mentioned by the neighbors was the increase in demand on the school district. With all those considered, the Planning and Zoning Commission voted 5-3 to not recommend approval of this rezone to City Council. The commissioner's reasons for the nay votes varied. Some believe that the property was properly zoned as R1 and that was a natural transition from general commercial. Others expressed concerns for the increase in traffic on Tracker Road. Another thing to consider is with the utilities, the lead time to get transformers that will support this type of development is, I believe, out to 2 years now. So it's not going to be an immediate impact. It's going to take a while to get those transformers in. So staff does recommend approval. If you have any questions, I'm available.
Any questions? All right, thanks, Scott. And we will open up the public hearing on this item. I believe Becca has gotten people to sign up. So what we'll do is we'll go through the people who have originally signed up. If at that point anyone else would like to speak who hasn't already spoken, we'll leave a little additional time at the end for that. So we ask you, I think a lot of people have signed up, so if you have something that someone else has already brought up, we ask you to kind of just come up, voice your approval of what the prior person said, and so that we can kind of move on to this. We will have another public hearing at our next meeting in 2 weeks from tonight. Go ahead, Becca.
Amanda Walker is number 1.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, to the members of the council, and to our Nixa neighbors. My name is Mandy Walker. I currently live at 3040 East Glenwood in Springfield, Missouri, but I have spent the majority of my life as a Nixa resident. My brother Stephen and I are requesting a rezone of our property on the northeast corner of Main and Tracker, where we are wanting to build multifamily housing. We are thrilled at the prospect of bringing new, high-quality housing to our corner of town, which fully supports both the comprehensive long-term plan for the city as well as the dream of our grandfather who moved his family to this property over half a century ago. Our grandpa spoke to us often about building apartments on the property. He wanted to partner with us and teach us about building, which had been his trade and his passion. He loved Nixa and knew it was going to continue to grow. He enjoyed seeing the changes. He embraced the growth. It made him proud of his community. Unfortunately, his health declined, and we weren't able to realize this plan before he passed, but Stephen and I are hoping to change this. Roughly 2 years ago, we reached out to our longtime family friend, Wayne Morlock of Morlock Builders, and asked him to help us with our vision for this project. Wayne knows us well, knew our grandpa, and most importantly to us, he understands how important it is to build something that is quality, something to be proud of. He and his CEO, Crystal Webster, along with David Garrett of Toth Associates, our engineer, have worked tirelessly on actualizing this dream, while also making certain that the development supports the city's long-term plan. Nixa is booming, and we want to help facilitate its growth and its image. Stephen and I, along with our entire family, love Nixa. We want to see it to continue to grow and to thrive. This is our dream for our city, for our land, and I implore you to vote in favor of the rezoning of our corner to bring new and quality housing for future residents of Nixa. We sincerely thank you for your time and consideration. And also, while I'm up here, I just wanted to read a little excerpt. I have support from a neighbor who lives in Wicklow, Michael Cho. I believe he emailed some of you guys this, but I just wanted to hit on the fact that he said, ahead of the next city council meeting, I am writing in support of the development, developers, and owners of the land. I thought it was great to see growth in that part of town. As we are all aware, the housing shortage in our area has been the cause of headache and heartache for many Nixa families. He said, we were very close, 2 of my children's closest friends were very close to moving out of town this past year due to the limited housing options. And he said, my understanding is that there is a small but vocal opposition to developing the northern portion of this property. I feel strongly that leaving that portion undeveloped, especially in light of the apartments already being built, is a wasted opportunity. Nixa can only benefit from new quality housing. And there is more to it, but I just wanted to touch on those points. And again, I thank you all very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Walker.
David Garrett.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is David Garrett. I'm a civil engineer with Toth Associates. Our address is 1550 East Republic Road in Springfield, Missouri. I've performed the civil engineering on this project to date overall, and I'm here tonight to speak on behalf of the developer and the owners of this property regarding the consideration of a rezone from single-family R1 to multifamily R3. When initially asked by our client to pursue this rezoning request, quite some time was spent researching the city's existing long-term comprehensive plan. Comprehensive plans are a great way for cities to plan for and adequately address continued growth. A critical part of planning for long-term needs is that of quality housing. Per the existing comprehensive plan, this particular location, as well as areas north of it, are planned as R3 multifamily. We feel that the plan to rezone this property from R1 to R3 is in lockstep with the city's comprehensive plan. Additionally, we feel that this plan will provide the city of Nixa a better opportunity to be a self-sufficient community with quality urbanized housing. I know based on previous meetings and discussions throughout this process that there are valid concerns about traffic. Last year, when I designed the total R1 site improvements package, I also performed a traffic study. The results of that study indicated that traffic improvements were deemed necessary. Additionally, the developer and owner are willing to pay up to $300,000 towards making those improvements. Should this rezone ordinance pass, I will perform an updated traffic study reflective of the additional trip generation by R3 multifamily, and the owners and the developer, in a manner consistent with the original study, will also likely concede to the results of that study should it require additional improvements. All of my past design work, including the overall traffic study, was reviewed and approved by the City of Nixa's third-party consulting engineering firms. At this point, I want to briefly touch on anticipated timelines. Upon approval of the rezone and approval of subsequent plans, studies, etc., full build-out of the entire property will likely be phased and would probably occur over a 5 to 10-year window. With that said, the community would not see a maximum build-out in, say, 2024 all at once. Roughly 1/3 of the total maximum build-out would occur every couple of years once approved. With this phased approach in mind, the developer and the owners have taken the public's concern of such a sharp population increase to both the school system and surrounding community and infrastructure in mind. They want to work together with both the city and its citizens to make Nixa an overall better community to live in, work in, and enjoy. I ask that you all consider this information as it is my hope that it will aid in your decision-making. And with that said, I'm willing to answer any civil engineering-related questions you may have.
Any questions? Thank you, Mr. Garrett.
Thank you.
Gerald Schmitz.
Good evening. I'm Gerald Schmitz, Gerald A. Schmitz, 365 East Tracker Road. And I'm here tonight to urgently ask you not to approve this rezoning. One of the things as discussed by Mr. Garrett is the city's comprehensive plan and the strategic functions and the strategic goals the city has consistently, through its websites, through everything, even the signs just outside this room, consistently focus on the strategic aspects. So in looking at that and looking at the impact that this current project would have, I think is one of the things that the city really needs to thoroughly resolve before making any kind of decisions. One of those issues in the thought process is on the strategic growth is that this planned vision of 5 to 10 years, that's 5 to 10 years that the residents of Wicklow, all the private residences, all the other residents on the road are going to have to deal with that construction. Okay? That's also something that's just spoken here tonight, just like when this property was bought and raised, it was just going to be 54 residences. And suddenly that's changed now to 366 residences. While nobody doubts the quality of the residences that are proposed to be built, and nobody doubts the engineering, it's the entire process and the strategic thought process that goes into it. It's not just the corner of East Tracker and North Main, the Walker family farm. It's the 5 to 10 acres south of it where there's already 4 huge apartment buildings going up. There's already an apartment complex directly to the southwest. There's going to be a church to the north, on the northeast corner. And now we want to add 366 individual residences with a minimum, even if it was one car per family, 366 plus however many are going to be on the south side of the road. Our strategic plan in an area and in a town that is already stressed to its limits on schools, on traffic, on other resources, needs to very carefully consider this. And when I say very carefully, it is my opinion that that consideration needs to be to keep the 54 single-family dwellings, develop this property where it can be more useful to the area, especially if there are already other plans for multifamily housing. If there are other plans up and down Main Street all the way to CC, why in the world do we need to pound 366 houses or units into this small acreage? That intersection, and I don't have my statistics with me, so next time I will, that intersection already sees a significant amount of wrecks per week and per year, as well as the fact now that Tracker Road, which wouldn't be developed beyond the crest of the hill because that's outside city limits, Tracker Road cannot handle a sustained amount of traffic. 50 years ago, when my parents bought the property there wasn't anybody that came down that road. Now we have to wait 5 minutes sometimes longer just to get out of our own driveway. And I know that's a concern that a lot of people have around the city. But my concern and my thought process here is to urge you to think carefully about what is truly best for the city in this particular situation. Again, nobody's doubting the quality of the homes or the engineering studies or those type of things. But as you heard, this will be a multi-year undertaking, okay? And is it going to be one that's going to enhance the city's residential areas? Or is it going to be one that's going to considerably and consistently interfere with the ability for people who have lived here for a long period of time to go to work, to live their lives, and impact their quality of life, as the city has said strategically they want to impact positively in all the strategic plans and all the strategic items and the other things that you've already done as a city group, which have been amazing and helpful. So that's why we as a group, and me specifically, urge you not to vote this into policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Schmidt.
Jim Smithwick? I can't read the last part. Smith something. Smithwick.
Jim Smithwick, 1456 North Woodview. I live behind this mess. You guys, when you put your power line through, you killed one of my cows. That cost me a cow and 2 calf crops. Right now, if you put these apartments in there, you've got all those parking places, that water is going to run right down in my pond and contaminate it and maybe kill my trees. That's on one source of that. On the other source, the water runs between me and my neighbor a lot more than it did because there's no vegetation there to stop it. And I can't stand, I've got 60 head of cattle in there, boys, girls. I can't stand to do that. I've sold over 1,500 head there in 50 years. That's to feed all you people. I run your little league for 6 years up here. But the deal is, Walker was a real estate guy, him and Rex Kreider, that bought Carol Jones in here. Started in Carol Jones Real Estate. He knew what real estate was. He went out there on Main Street, had a culvert put in there by the county, which the county, that was in the county at the time. When the city adopted that into the city, that's grandfathered in. So they changed their 54 houses to want to go to apartments after that little deal. And if I remember right, they told me that MoDOT was involved in that. I went to MoDOT today. MoDOT didn't know a thing about it. MoDOT doesn't go past the bank up there, and they're gonna put a roundabout there in 2024. Because they showed, I've got the map with me tonight. So, also, Tracker Road needs to be widened. Well, 15 foot from the north side of Tracker, there's a fiber optic there that runs from Dallas, Texas to Springfield, Missouri. That's your 911, your credit card to all the banks. That's your main line. It runs all the way to Springfield now. It's $60,000 an hour if you cut it. Morlock didn't do his homework on this puppy, I can tell you, because he wouldn't have touched it, I don't think. But when they came to and it runs on me, also it runs on Walker and then cuts over on me. When they come to a tree root, that construction outfit jumped right over that. That's supposed to be 3 foot deep. I know of 2 places it's only 12 inches deep. And it's not straight line either. It's crooked. But it's only 15 foot from the center, from the edge of North Tracker Road. So how are they going to build a road in there and drill all that stuff underneath to get that in without moving that line or doing something? So whenever you put all those houses, both sides of the road, you're talking over 800 cars. Can't stand it, guys. I've lived there 53 years. I graduated here in '67. CC was a gravel road when I graduated. And I'm telling you, we do not need all these units put in here. And most of these people putting it in here and doing all this, they don't live here anymore. They don't have the headache that we're going to have to put up with. I don't care if it's a 5-year or 10-year plan. We cannot have this traffic moving like if you want to get on a tractor, like I have to put up my hay for my cows, you get lots of stuff put at you. And it's not fun, let me tell you, because I've been there, it's been in my family 70 years. So I'm telling you, you need to not think about this really heavy, because all them parking spaces, and that water's got to go downhill, you know it does. And so I've talked to lawyers, and I can do something about it if I need to. I don't want to, but we don't need the apartments. The houses would be fine. So think about that when you're doing it, and think about when you guys are retired and go on your income is a lot less after you retire. Think about that. It's quite a deal. And try to manage all this $5 diesel fuel, and $4 a gallon gasoline, $6 eggs. You gotta think about this. The traffic is horrible. Tracker needs to be widened all the way to Nicholas Road right now. Get on a tractor about there and see how much fun it is. And you line them up way big time. But I know CC is getting a roundabout next year because I've got the map right here. Thank you so much for your time, and I hope you vote in favor of the houses over the apartments. Thank you so much, and have a good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Snuffley.
Roger Eckley. Okay. Crystal Webster.
No, I'm Roger Eckley.
Oh, Roger.
Did you say Roger Eckley?
Roger Eckley. I had some spouses sign up for the other spouse. So
I was going, she didn't look like a Roger to me.
I'm Roger Eckley, 336 East Tracker Road, right next door to what's going on Morlock's south of Tracker property. I've got so many different directions to go here. I've been there for 20 years. Don Walker was a good friend. Don Walker had his barn. Everybody knows his barn. But before we get started here, how many of y'all live in Wicklow, travel Tracker Road at all? 2? Good. Don, back when, I get emotional, when he lost his barn, okay? They're gonna put an intersection in on me, Roger, he says. He goes, I don't know what I'm gonna do, my horses, okay? That was a big deal to him. And I just find it hard to believe that Don wanted 300 apartments sitting where he lived. I really do. Because he liked the open land and really enjoyed his, the place. Now to planning and zoning, I came to a meeting on the south side of Tracker. It was going to be R3, R1. Next thing I know it, I got a commercial building sitting right on my property line, right by my driveway. How that happened, I don't know. Where it came from, I don't know. Okay, maybe I didn't come to the right meeting, but things happen like that. Okay, every morning, 6 o'clock, we're listening to pounding dozers, pounding rock, moving things every morning when it doesn't rain. And to hear that it's a 5 to 10 year project that's going to pound over there for that many years, I hope I got that many more to live. Okay, but that's just kind of ridiculous. Plus Tracker Road, if you all know, at my driveway on top of the hill, I put that up there because I couldn't get out my other driveway, my lower driveway. That's just right across from Woodview. Because the traffic flies over that hill so fast, people trying to cut through Wicklow to go out to CC as fast as they can, not because they don't want to sit down there at the four-way stop. Okay, it's dangerous. I had to move my driveway up just to get out of the driveway with a trailer. My mother-in-law couldn't get out. And then the question is one side's Nixa, the other side's county. It's not our responsibility to fix that side of the road, just this side of the road. I live on both sides, okay? I call for county, or I call Nixa PD to come. They're kind of confused on where's the wreck at in front of your house? Oh, that's county. Oh, that's city. Well, they have to figure it out. And I think they pretty well got it figured out now. But it's the road, it's just a 2-lane road and a hump and a pole with some plastic containers at it that people hit, okay, because they're flying through there. And that whole section, even if we have houses put in there, I'm against the apartments, put it that way. That's just too much traffic in that one little intersection there for, you call it a 3-lane, 4-lane road, 3-lane road. Well, 3 lanes is just a 2-lane road with a turn lane. That's all that is. That's not a 3-lane road. Nobody gets to drive in that center lane, just a turn. That's all you get. But to add all that traffic to that one location is, to me, that's not proper zoning and usage of the road system we have. It really isn't. But I don't know much about that stuff. I just have to live it. I have to live there. But I think that's about all I got to say about it. I'm just against the apartments. I don't mind houses. I understand progress. We all understand progress. But it gets a little overbearing to have all those people that much in one congested area already. And like I said, it was R1, now we want R3, and after we get the approval for R3, now we'll come up with a plan for the road. After you approve the R3, now we'll come up with a plan. I'd like to see a plan laid in that we're going to do prior to getting approved for anything. It's always the road that's last around here. We'll throw up the buildings and do the road later, okay? This time it can't happen like that. That road's something's got to be seriously done, even for the houses, before the building starts and people start moving in. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Query.
All right, this time, Crystal Webster.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, for having us this evening. My name is Crystal Webster, and I'm here on behalf of Morlock Builders in support of the rezone. And I just want to speak a little bit to some of the concerns that have been brought up. They seem to be engineering concerns. David Garrett was gracious enough to come this evening and lay out a few preliminary plans on what would occur should a rezoning occur and we make application for a project on that property. And again, the issue of stormwater, the issue of traffic. I hear traffic quite a bit this evening. Those all have to be fully addressed by the developer prior to moving forward. The ball is in the court of the city and staff in terms of addressing the traffic issues that come up when we revise the traffic study that was already done. So I appreciate your consideration, and I hope that you will find your way through to allow us to bring this quality housing to serve the community of Nixa. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Webster.
Tom Riken.
My name's Tom Riken. I'm a realtor. I'm here on behalf of the Morlock Builders. And I've been a realtor for over 40 years. And I've seen a lot of projects like this, some good, some not so good. I've seen plenty of the projects that Mr. Morlock's done in the past. This one appears to me to be really a good one. It's not very often I get to see a project for apartments where the exits are out onto a main street. There's no residential streets that everybody has to drive through to get to it, which means no construction vehicles going on the residential streets. So that's a big plus. And, you know, the traffic concerns, I know, you have studies to take care of all of that. So I don't have quite the concern for that. I mean, that's something that can be handled. There's always going to be something that has to be taken care of. But the project itself, I think will look good. There's a lot of green space, a lot of open area there. It's not all packed in. So it'll look good when it's done. And I don't particularly see a problem with the traffic there because of the access that you have on the tracker and on Main Street. That's just a plus. I've lived in places where I've had to watch the construction vehicles go by my house doing a commercial project, and that's no fun, so I appreciate this part of it. And that was my main concern here. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rankin.
Marceline Mashburn.
My name is Marceline Middleton Mashburn, and I live at 840 East Rush Court in Wicklow. My property backs up to Tracker, so I have a daily experience of knowing what the traffic right now does on Tracker. And we've heard some estimates here, 336 apartments. You multiply that times 2 cars, that's 672 cars just on the north side of Tracker if they build these apartments. They already have some apartments on Main Street, and if we calculate those apartments plus the houses that are to be built on the 26 lots that he has on his schematic plan, that's another 52 cars and a total of about 916 cars with all three, the apartments on North and South and the homes. And Tracker and Main Street cannot handle that. The city will have to be prepared to widen some roads, and that's going to cost, of course. My main concern, too, is that the Nixa Schools has purchased property down the street on Tracker to build an elementary. Now, we add that to all of the cars, and it's going to be a problem, I'm sure. I don't know whether Mr. Morlock did his homework on this land. He went in there, he rezoned it for homes, and now he wants apartments because he evidently can't make the money on building homes. He made a mistake. So I'm asking the council not to make us, the residents that live in that area, pay for his mistake. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Middleton.
Jeff Snelling.
Hi, my name's Jeff Snelling. I live at 617 Santa Monica Drive here in Nixa. I'm here in support of the landowners. I've known the Walker family for practically my entire life. I know they're people of great integrity, and they'll do the right things and want to work with everyone in concerns and address them. And I know these things are difficult. Most of these things are engineering problems, it seems like. So hopefully we can find a path forward and approve to go to the R3. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Snelling.
Wayne Morlock.
Good evening. My name's Wayne Morlock. I am the owner of Morlock Builders and the gentleman who seems like folks have concern about my homework abilities. But truly, what we've done is an awful lot of homework. And all of our homework points to the consistency in what we're asking for and your comprehensive plan. We've hired our architects, engineers, and they've done an outstanding job. These are qualified people. Now, I'm going to try not to burn up too much time. So you haven't heard yet, but you're going to hear about property values. I want to tell you that I've been doing this for 40 years. I have yet to see a rezoning issue diminish a property value on an adjoining piece of property. I spent 6 years on the Greene County Planning and Zoning Commission, and guys, when you do rezoning, as you have growth, you got traffic issues. I'll admit, you have traffic issues now. You're going to continue to have traffic issues as you grow as a community. We've offered at this point to help financially with those traffic issues, and we've also got an engineer that is diligently working on what we may do to correct some of those traffic issues. Now, you did have a plan that you submitted to us and we looked at, and prior to us being able to obtain a building permit, it came to light that the plan was out of date, or that may not be the correct terminology, but MoDOT would not honor the plan as it was submitted. So it's not like something we just jumped out and thought we'd do. We've seen the plan, and we've had the engineers look at it, and now we're waiting on a new one. And as soon as we get a new one, obviously we'll speak to that. So in closing, I want to remind you that everything that we have done to this point is in conjunction with your comprehensive plan. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Morlock. You have any questions, Mr. Morlock? Thank you, sir. One thing I'll address real quick, I think Scott had touched on it, and Mr. Morlock touched on it. Mr. Smithwick also touched on it. How MoDOT fits into this. So the city has already invested. Doug, can you give me a rough number on the North Main Street extension costs from the city?
When we,
I want to say $4 million, but I may be a little.
yeah, you're very close.
There.
You're very close.
So the city's already invested somewhere between $3.5 and $5 million to expand Main Street from Tracker Road north to the CC interchange. And then I think Mr. Smithwick had said MoDOT also has plans to put a roundabout at that location. So there's probably between the Tracker and Main Street intersection that the city paid for 5 or 6 years ago, the extension north from there, the extension south from there, and the roundabout, there's probably $10 or $12 million in road construction projects, which is really good, much better than we ever done otherwise when building things. But that's where the MoDOT idea comes into play, is they have to approve that because we're using federal STP funding to pay for that extension. So there are people saying different things about what MoDOT's doing. MoDOT's not involved with that extension or with that roadway. Those are city roadways or county roadways in some cases. But they do have overall approval of it because we're using federal and state funding to be able to pay for those extensions. So we'll go on to the next one.
Cheryl McLeese. Connie Wyatt.
Connie Wyatt, I live at 1452 North Main Street. Thank you. I would like to remind the council that Planning and Zoning already vetoed the apartments being constructed. Also, I spoke to an employee of High Point Elementary Schools where these students will feed into when these apartments are built. High Point was built with 600 students total capacity in mind. They are fastly approaching the 700 point. And at the last meeting, the Morlock representative alluded to, she thought there might be 7 students from these apartments. I think that we all know there'll be a lot more than 7 students from I think there'll be 18 apartments total, 18 buildings. And there's a road just south of these apartments that has duplexes. When I park behind the bus that lets these students out in the evening that houses duplexes, I count 25 students that get off the bus, and there are approximately 20 duplexes. So I think there's going to be quite a few students, and our teachers are overburdened and they're burned out. And so we need to think about our school system and our high rating. And our council represents every single citizen of Nixa. And when you vote, you need to remember that, not just the group here that's against apartments. We need to think about our policemen, our firemen. I think probably our crime rate's going to go up. We're going to have, well, first of all, at 7:30 in the morning, I live right next door to these apartments. The traffic backs up from CC Highway, past my driveway, to where these apartments are going to be built. The people that live in these apartments aren't going to be able to get out. I'm retired, so I don't try to get out, but I see the traffic backing up. They're going to be impatient. They're going to want to get out in the street. And there are going to be fender benders, and so the police are going to have to come. Perhaps the fire department's going to have to come. And these people aren't going to pay city taxes. They're not going to support our fire department. They're not going to support our police. And so they don't take a vested interest in our city, and they don't support our Nixa city. And you need to think about that when you vote. So keep in mind, our city council supports every citizen in Nixa. And these people aren't going to support our businesses like our hardware store, like C-Meeks Lumber. They aren't going to support Sherwin-Williams and the little carpet shop up from me. They're going to be more transient than if we had single-family dwellings built. Those are people who are going to have a vested interest in the city of Nixa. They're going to be people who live here, who take an interest in our schools, who perhaps start small businesses of our own. That's what we need built here, is single-family units, not apartments. Aside from the traffic problems, we need single-family units there, not apartment buildings. And just keep in mind, the Planning and Zoning Commission already vetoed it, and you vote for every single citizen in Nixa. And I believe people in apartment buildings lower the level of our citizens of Nixa. Thank you very much.
Alicia Gonzalez.
Thank you, Ms. White.
Hello, my name is Alicia Gonzalez. I'm a 20-year resident of Nixa at 400 Dublin Drive. I'm also a business owner in Nixa. We've had both businesses in Nixa and Springfield. I don't know about you guys, but I, tend to frequent Nixa often, all the businesses in Nixa often, and often the businesses, the lunch places I like to go to recently, they're closed on a Tuesday. They're closed on a Wednesday because they don't have enough workers to work and support these businesses. Both the service industry in our town and the manufacturing industry in our town need workers. And the first gentleman that spoke today on a different topic was talking about our median income in this town being around $60,000. These are not folks that are going to work as cook staff, wait staff, manufacturing workers here in town. We need housing for these people here in town. I have a business that we had to move to Springfield. We employ 100 people. We didn't have enough labor pool in that area of labor, lower income labor, in town to support that because we didn't have the housing. I was actually glad to be driving down Main Street one day when I saw the apartment buildings going up. I'm like, thank goodness, we need this in Nixa. We need this type of housing in Nixa. The lady, that just spoke before said these people will not support our local businesses. We need these people to work in our local businesses. We need these, these types of housing to support this type of labor pool in Nixa. We don't have that. Not everybody can afford to live in Wicklow or on 50 acres. We need housing to support that level of our community, and we currently don't have enough of it. And I understand that there are potentially engineering and traffic issues, but it sounds like that is under control. There's already apartments being built in this area. The school system, the support of the school system. I know for High Point Elementary, I live near it. They're busing kids from the other side of town, from over across 160, to the area behind Godfather's Pizza. They're busing kids from that area of town to High Point currently. Those kids can, be redistricted to go to another school to take care of those children to support this area if they go to High Point. I'm not real sure where they would go, but I think this is needed for our community. I think more housing at this level is needed in our community to support the businesses in our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez.
Thomas Taylor.
Tom? I don't see Mr. Taylor. Move on.
Neil Damon? Yes. Say it one more time for me.
I'm sorry, say it again.
Can you say your last name one more time?
DeMamio. My name's Neil DeMamio. I live at 1424 North Woodview. A couple people have talked about the number of school children, 17 and under, that are going to be the difference between 54 homes and the 366 apartments. I took a look at the 2020 census for Christian County. The difference is 126 children. It's, of course, approximation, but it is from the 2020 census. 126 people in the 366 homes versus 19 in the 54. I'm sorry, 366 apartment units, 19 in the 54 homes. I'm also concerned about traffic, and of course, I am concerned, no matter what Mr. Morlock says about property values, with my home right across the street, compared to either homes or as it was a nice wood right across the street for the last 10 or 12 years. I can't believe my home is going to be worth anywhere near what it was then or what it would be if these were homes and not an apartment complex. If they're going to do enough work on Tracker to allow those 500 or 600 cars, additional cars to move down Tracker, aren't they also going to have to do some work on Old Castle? Because aren't a huge amount of those cars going to make a left and drive through Wicklow to get to CC and then, of course, 65? So I would assume that Newcastle, the road that Tracker dead ends into down there, would have to have some work done as well. Other than that, everyone else has covered everything else I had to say. I would like you guys, once again, to vote as the planning and zoning voted and not allow this to pass. Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Just a quick reminder for everybody speaking tonight, for the sake of the broadcast and for the recording of the video, we need everybody to speak directly into the point of the microphone. Thank you. And you can adjust the height of it, whether you're tall or short.
Thank you, Drew.
Stephen Walker.
Good evening. Greetings. My name is Stephen Walker, and I currently live at 2651 South Bellevue Avenue in Springfield. I, along with my sister, Mandy, and Morlock Builders, am part of the current and proposed development at Tracker in Maine. I have lived in Nixa for more than 90% of my life, only living in Springfield for the past few years due to my wife's current place of employment. When I was born, I lived in the apartments, and I made it out okay. People live in apartments aren't bad, contrary to what you might have heard this evening. I lived in the apartments across from the post office at South and Fort. We then moved to a small home on Horseshoe Avenue, followed by a home on Old Riverdale Road, and finally back to Horseshoe after I met my wife and started our own family. My wife and I, after much discussion, have decided living in Springfield is not for us, and we have plans to move our family back home to Nixa within the next 2 to 3 years. I share that information with you so the council or anyone who may have concerns about continuing to move the city in a positive direction will understand our goal is to be an asset to Nixa and would never do anything to be a detriment to our own community. Throughout childhood, I spent countless hours riding my bicycle at my grandparents' house up and down Tracker Road on the very street we are building. And I can assure you I understand the concerns these fine folks have about growth. I had to come to the realization that Tracker in Maine was no longer a quiet farm area when my grandma told me I could no longer ride my bike on Tracker due to the increased traffic when I was 13. That was 25 years ago. Nixa has grown so much in those 25 years, and we are so blessed to be able to facilitate healthy growth by supporting the goals the city of Nixa has already put in place. I want to make it very clear. The purpose of our current and future projects is to provide the city of Nixa with accommodations it currently does not have. And I assure you it will be a beautiful addition to the community. In closing, I would like to let the folks who oppose us this evening know we hear, respect, and appreciate your concerns. I want to let all who oppose the comprehensive plan of the city know we're not some big-time out-of-town developers. We were born and raised in Nixa and are here to support the goals of the city. Our projects will benefit all current and future residents of this wonderful town. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Walker.
Mr. Walker.
Mr. Walker, I have a question. Because Amanda brought it up earlier. She mentioned that your grandfather had envisioned apartments on that property.
Yes, ma'am.
But this is
And apartments, and he wanted to do storage facilities. God bless the man, but he just wanted to maximize profits, and so he wanted to just build. So please go ahead, yeah.
I understand that. The question I have is the fact that when this was brought to us, the first time it was brought to us as housing, single-family housing, why was it not brought to us as apartments the first time?
That is a question that would be wonderful to ask the people who partnered with us, because unfortunately, like I said, we're not big-time builders. We can't afford to do anything on this level without the help from others, and so they were willing to help. From my understanding, the city has, we came up with this plan, I guess, and to be honest, I wasn't hyper-involved, right? That's not my main area of expertise. They came to us, we asked them to help us develop this. They came with a great plan. Then we find out the city had different plans, so we changed our plans to fit what was best for the city. That's really as far as I can tell you.
That's what you know. I loved your grandfather's property.
Yeah,
and
me
I really
too.
missed the horse barn.
Yeah, believe me, I spent more hours than I can tell you in that barn. I've been bucked off a horse more times. I've got more scars than I'd like to admit on my knees from getting bucked off horses in that barn. But like my wonderful sister said, we are trying to do right by the city. and honor contrary to what somebody might say, calling my sister a liar, I didn't appreciate that. But anyway, he did want to develop that property, no questions asked. And to be honest, he was hoping, I think he was holding out where the barn was. He was hoping the city would want to build a hospital or a school. He thought that would really get him a bunch of money. So that didn't work out. But yeah, that barn was great. We loved the property, and believe me, it hasn't been easy. And I know a lot of people, this is a tough subject for a lot of folks, and I want everyone to know we are of Nixa, and we're going to listen to all the concerns. And this isn't cut and dry. Right? This is just a rezoning. It'll be rezoned. We're going to come up with a great plan for everyone, even the people who are against it, and it's going to be great for the city and everyone involved.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Walker.
Brian Wade.
My name's Brian Wade. I'm an attorney from Springfield. I really hadn't planned to talk, but I can't help myself, I guess. Mr. Mayor, City Council, thank you for spending the time to listen to everyone talk about their issues and concerns. I won't take up much of your time other than to remind you that this is a rezoning. And as the city staff told you, it is consistent with the future land use plan. I'm sure many of you are like-minded in that governmental intervention is something that you try to avoid if you can. And so when there's any land use issue that comes before any governmental agency or body, or the court for that matter, you start with the proposition that the landowner has the right to use the property in the way that they see fit. They get to choose how they use the property, just like we get to choose whether we want to carry a handgun or do something with our own property. And we don't think anybody else should have the right to tell us what we want to do with our property. So that's where you start. So what did you hear tonight? You heard Mandy and you heard Steve, who I represent, tell you what they want to do with their property. So now you know that fact. So then the question is, do I have the right to stop them from doing what they want to do in this instance? The answer is no, especially no here, because your own plan suggests that this particular rezone is part of your plan. And I think Nixa is the envy of many communities, both in the Ozarks and across the state, in its fantastic growth and population. And I recognize from the comprehensive plan the Nixa's desire to move from a bedroom community to a more centrally or a whole organism community where people work here and live here and stay here and shop here. And in contrast to the speculation of some of the people that have spoken to you, there's a very real need here and in other communities for people who will stay here and work those jobs that may not necessarily be as enticing as others. And so this is a great opportunity to create that mechanism by which the city of Nixa wants to grow. And it's always true that there are people who say, I'm for development, but I'm not for development next door to me. And that's tough, and that's hard, and I recognize their concerns. But again, this is a rezone. This is a rezone request that's within your plan. And you have to rely on the experts like the city staff and Mr. Garrett, who's a very earnest engineer, to do the right thing when those developments are projected and built. So I think what you've heard here tonight is an affirmation that this is an appropriate development for this area, and that, yeah, there are some growing pains, but the city of Nixa can handle it, and the city of Nixa is ready to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wade.
Chris Wyatt. I don't have any others signed up for the public hearing. So does anybody else who has not signed up? I'm going to go Ron, then Andy.
Boy, this is a tough one. My name's Ron Sanders. I live at 976 Glen Oaks Drive. I live over there. I don't live near where they're talking about. But I'd like to put my 2 cents in because I drive through there. I'm going to have to deal with all the traffic. It takes me about 12 minutes to get from there to Tracker Road sometimes because of the traffic over here is just as bad as the traffic over there. Just as bad as the traffic is to get anywhere here okay? Traffic is one of the biggest problems. We're gonna jam another 900 cars, like, right at the front of the traffic. We're gonna put them right there. They're ready to go, 7 o'clock, 7:30, get out there, jam everything up. We're great, right? But the lawyer that was before me, he had a really good point. Why shouldn't they be able to do whatever they want with their property? Consequences be damned, right? Doesn't matter what it does to other people. No, that's why we have zoning laws. That's why we have zoning boards. That's why we have all of these zoning board meetings, and we let them try to hash out what's best for everyone. As I understand it, and I've been watching all of this develop, the plan was already made. The plan was already passed. The Planning and Zoning Board passed it. All of the engineers came up with it, and it was all single-family homes with a few a little bit south of the intersection. There was issues about where the cars were going to be coming out of the parking lots, even with single-family homes. And now, here it is a couple months later, we're going to redo everything in the middle of the plan to jack up, from 56 homes to 366 apartments. Where are the schools, where are the kids going to go to school? Where's all the water going to run off? Where are all the cars going to fit on the road? Somebody had a great point. Maybe we need to get the roads taken care of before we, start building all of these things where everybody's going to want to drive to and from. And then somebody else had a great point too. We need more, more apartments in the city. We really do. Where does the 18 to 22-year-old kid coming out of high school, going to college, want to live or start their family and actually have a job? Where are all these people at that are working at McDonald's, working at Taco Bell? I hear a lot about Sonic. They need a lot of help too. If they're not living at their parents' house, they're not buying a $350,000 house working at Sonic. So they do need apartments. But I'll cut it short and I'll tell you, this is not the right spot for those apartments. There is too much already there. There's too much traffic. There's too much headache. You're going to put all the neighbors that live around there through 10 years of hell, okay? And that's really not fair. That's really not equitable to everyone here. The plan was passed. Everybody braced for it. And now they want to pile an extra 300 people on top of it, 300 dwellings on top of it at the last minute, in the middle of the plan. Go with the plan that's already there. Planning and Zoning's already shot it down. I know the staff has recommended yes, but Planning and Zoning said no. They've already voted it down. And there's a lot of people that didn't come here that are going to be miserable. Their lives are going to be affected for years to come, dealing with all of the traffic, dealing with all of the other headaches that are going to come along with this particular plan.
Thank you, Sanders.
Andy, were you wanting to speak?
Want to speak, Mr. Davis?
It's okay.
It's okay.
My name is Andy Davis. I live at 881 Pembroke. What did the current sales tax in November pass or fail, Mr. Steele?
Sorry, I'm not sure
I'm
what
sorry.
that is.
When the Nixa voters went to either pass or fail on the Nixa sales tax?
Are you wanting to speak on the sales tax?
Well, I'm
ordinance
just
item,
asking
or-
what was that vote? Was that yes or no? So,
Uh,
in other words, the Nixa voters in November
Why?
voted down the sales tax increase, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Another thing is, you said that we have 1/3 of the taxes that Ozark has or something like that earlier. That is absolute, or
I mean, I think if there's an item on the agenda about sales tax, is that where you're wanting to talk about it?
Well, I'm just
This is
talking
about
about
a specific rezoning issue.
yeah, I'm just saying, like, our tax is already high enough. And I think the Nixa voters were crystal clear in November. We don't want any more taxes at all. And somebody else said he wasn't even living in Nixa. He lived in Springfield. I mean, he's not even paying taxes here in Nixa. Like I am and
I mean,
my wife.
there's no tax item involved with this rezoning, Andy.
But the congestion with the traffic would be crazy, correct? Like all these people who live in homes in this neighborhood. So there'd be like traffic all over the place, right? So I'm basically the.
Well, we've already paid for all the build out of all the road construction in that area, except for the tracker part that's in the county, which we can't do. But
I'm just saying, like, there are homes being built all over the place. Like, I live on Pembroke. I literally can't get out of my road because there's going to be homes built on the Norton Road field, correct? So
there's multi-million-dollar road project being constructed in that area as well.
Yeah, you guys have all kinds of multi-million-dollar projects going on around here. I mean, it's craziness. But I'm just saying, like, I can't get out of my road on Pembroke to go to Norton to get into town. I got to go all the way around in a circle.
When the road construction's completed, I mean, it'll make it a lot easier. That's why we build new roads to go along with the development.
I agree with that, but when's that going to be done?
Is it 18 months? Yeah, June. Okay, June of this year.
So in June, like when my kids are in school here, hopefully next year, I can take that road and come this way. Instead of going all the way around.
There'll be a roundabout at the end of Pembroke, and you can go out and go up to 14 or. Yeah.
Okay, I'm just saying, like, where I'm from, my point of view is I'm already screwed over here, and these folks are very concerned about traffic over there. I think our signs that Nixa say our population in 2010 was 19,022, and now we're approximately 24,500. Is that correct? So what is the estimated population of Nixa going to be like in 10 years? Like, are we going to become a Joplin where there's 35,000, 40,000 people living in Nixa? Is that true, or is that?
Most likely, yep.
I mean, it's my understanding that we're already a 6A school. Is that right? So we're, in other words, sorry, I wouldn't plan to come. I was watching the Georgia TCU game, and Tom Taylor said, "Get your butt over here. They're going crazy again," But
and then Tom left you. That's no fun at all.
Yeah, well, I speak up for Tom. But it's just like, I understand some growth is healthy. I just think you got too much on the plate right now. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff going on. I mean, I asked a good friend of mine, Jack Rice, who sits by Jared, you don't want to know what he thinks about some of this stuff. And he, with the Cheyenne development there, there's a lot of four-letter words coming out of his mouth about stuff like this. So, yeah, I just think we're growing too fast, too quickly. And I think Darlene Graham said on another issue, like 72% of our property taxes go towards the school. So I'm just saying, like, if we grow, say we go from 24,500 thereabouts to say 40,000, then the school board, 2 to 3 years, 5 years from now, is going to say, well, we need more money for the schools. It's like never ending. It's like you're taking my money here and floating here. It's like money's going everywhere, And I'm sorry, I just get fired up with this stuff. It's like nothing's getting done, but didn't we just put like millions of dollars to a new performance arts building? 2 million, 3 million. We upgraded like the football stadium. I mean, it's not like we're not doing stuff here. I mean, I think the Nixa voters are pretty clear. They're getting ticked off about what's going on. I mean, let's look at the recent vote, with the sales tax. And, Jay Wasson, for example, got, I think, came in third in voting in his own home city. I mean, folks want change. And they're, hopefully Jared will move 3 feet to where you're at in about 4 months from now. So I need a sign in my yard, okay? But, I mean, we need change in this city big time, guys. There's just too much going on. I mean, it's ridiculous. Nixa is already playing Kansas City schools. All right, think about that. Our little city's playing Kansas City schools already.
We are not a little city
I know.
anymore.
Well, a lot of
Andy,
folks want to be a little city.
Well, we are not.
Well, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. No, because you got to go out and get yours.
Is there anybody else that did not sign up that would like to speak on this agenda item?
Well,
Sure.
Be what it is.
I just need your name and address when you.
For a later thing, so.
Okay.
My name is Matt Wickland. I live at 2106 East Mountain Road in Ozark. I own Current Construction Company. We build nightly rentals down in Branson. I have nothing to do with this, except for I am on an advisory board for for Christian County Planning and Zoning for the county commissioner. I spend a lot of time in Ozark trying to help that city. I have a big heart for Christian County. I put a lot of time and effort in here. my construction company, we do a lot of work down in Branson. Our main supplier is Meeks and Nixa, and we do that so I can funnel money back into Christian County. So last year I paid $2 million to Meeks, and I paid that in sales tax to you guys because I didn't want to pay that to the Meeks in Branson because I wanted to funnel the money that we were generating back up here. My employees live up here. My subcontractors live up here. I'm trying to do my best to bring revenue up into this area. So just a caveat for my opinion. I agree that finding workers here is very difficult. It's very difficult south of Springfield. It's very difficult in Branson. I am a very underrepresented demographic in Christian County. I'm 31 and I'm a homeowner in Christian County. And I bought my house when it was $180,000. It's a $400,000 house now. I'm lucky. I got in here in time. I couldn't move here now. And you're hearing from the people that are here. You don't get to hear from the people who aren't here yet. The 400 units, the 400 families that are trying to move to Christian County to better themselves. We are just trying to hold Christian County stable and better the people that are already here. And I have a problem with that because I was one of the other people. I moved here 7 years ago. I went to college here, moved away, and moved back because I love this area. And I'm very active in Ozark. I'm pretty active over here. I come to council meetings across the city of Sparta, Ozark here. We remodeled the City Hall at the city of Sparta. We remodeled the exterior. So I'm trying to help. That's what I'm trying to show. And I think these apartments are a good idea. I think they're very needed. I think it's a great location. I think they have done an excellent job. I don't know them. I don't know Morlock Builders. I know of them. I know they do a good job. I do this for a living as well, just don't do it here. They're very thought out. Having a plan before you have approval means you have to spend $80,000 on engineering just on a hope that you can make your money back, and that's not how business works. The reason they're trying to increase the number of units there means there's more money they can put into infrastructure. That's what unit prices go to, is because the more you put in a spot, the more money you have to spend on infrastructure. That's the problem they're trying to solve, while they're also trying to solve our problem. We do not have a spread out demographic. We don't have young people and old people. You have to have a spread out demographic or you end up like St. Louis and St. Louis County, where the city is collapsing and St. Louis County is thriving because the county is constantly pulling money out of the city. There is something else pulling money away because people just live there. They don't work there. They don't spend money there. And this is happening to the city of Nixa, and it's happening to Ozark as well. We don't have that low to moderate income housing for people to move there and work there and be a part. Stormwater runoff has to be designed and engineered on high-density development. They're thinking it through, I promise. The road system, it just sucks every time you get bigger. Because it's chicken, egg, it's cart, horse. It's like one has to happen for the other to happen, because why is the city of Nixa going to expand a road and no one ends up living there because the developer didn't develop? And then why would the developer spend the money and then it gets choked out because there's no road, so everything is stopping everything else, so it has to work in tandem. They're trying to figure it out. They're doing a good job. Like I said, I have nothing to do with this. I think they're doing an excellent job. I'm just a professional in this field. He's correct about real estate values, extremely well-versed in real estate values. It is not a huge impact whenever rezones happen. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. All right, we'll do one last call. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm not going to let it end on that note. My name is Dan Morton. I am the trustee for the property at 397 East Tracker. I bought that property 27 years ago, and I never saw you ride your bicycle past that place. Nor did any conversation I ever had with your grandfather. I'm telling you,
Order,
I never
please.
saw you ride past my house.
Hey,
I
sir,
never had a conversation
please
with
put
her
your comments to me,
grandfather
please.
that alluded to his desire to develop that property. He was in love with the horse ranch style. He loved working the property. He just loved the great outdoors. He was a wonderful man. I admired and respected Don. That off my chest. You guys got a tough job. You are the guardians of this community. You look over and speak to what you believe the community should grow and develop to. There's been a lot of comment to strategic planning in the community. That is your responsibility, and I think it's one that we, as citizens of the community, need to make sure that you, in fact, are doing that strategic planning. You got a heck of a decision to make, and I know this goes on all the time. This is all old arguments for you. If you get to, and from an emotional standpoint, I wouldn't want them to build more apartments. There's apartments on the southwest corner that go down Main Street. We now have a beautiful example of how hideous multi-story apartments can look on Main Street, which is now on the southeast corner, and why there's apartment buildings right on Main Street, and that's not commercial. I'd rather see a 7-Eleven there than put the apartment buildings back off the street. Anyway, and then the commercial building is right next to his house down Tracker Road. Anyway, from an emotional standpoint, I don't want apartments next to my place either. From a realistic standpoint, when we bought that property 27 years ago, it was nothing but a driveway, a single-lane driveway that went to our house and to the Bolins property down past us. And we bought it because we loved it. We could watch the deer and the cattle and the horses and the turkeys and all that stuff. But we knew full well that that property was going to get developed. It was in the path of growth. Here it is. I surely don't want to see more high-density, relatively low-income, low-cost housing built at that location. I'm not saying we don't have a need for it or it shouldn't be built, but what you're developing, or if that does happen, if you're at 30,000-foot view, this council, looking at this community, and you take a look at that area, look at the three corners and what's going on there, okay? Right down the street on Tracker, you got Wicklow Copperleaf, beautiful homes. I mean, they're semi-expensive. I call them upper-end homes. I don't think anybody down there wants to see apartment buildings built there. Homes, if the initial request was to build homes in there, homes, more like the Copperleaf, would seem more reasonable and complementary to everything east of Main Street at that point. It just seems to make a better fit. So I just ask and employ you as a council to take a look from that 30,000-foot perspective that you people float at over this community, and to make the right decision that results in the community of Nixa looking like a community that you would want to live in. Thank you. That's all I got.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. All right, on that, we will close.
Can I ask a question first?
Yeah, we'll close the public hearing, and then you can, do you want to ask a question now?
Mr. Moore?
Yes.
No?
Okay, I'm close the public hearing.
Okay.
Any questions from council?
Okay. I'm going to propose this to you, Mr. Morlock, because Amanda and Stephen both mentioned that when they their grandfather's vision was to put apartments there, and then they came to you and said, you all work your magic. But yet, when it was first brought to us, it was brought to us as a beautiful 54 single-family resident plat. How come it got changed, or why did it get changed?
Yeah, go ahead and come
Please.
up.
Thank you. And it was, you're right. And our thought in doing that at that point in history was in order to cause the project to move quicker. Okay. Obviously, 54/7 or however many units are absorbed quicker than 300 plus units, right? So, but again, like in a lot of things, as we develop from the south and are heading that way, and the economics, obviously you're all aware of the economic situations we're dealing with. By the time we got to that point, it no longer made economic sense. What we're doing is consistent with your plan, makes economic sense for us, makes economic sense for the Walkers, consequently economic sense for you.
I have one other question,
Yes, ma'am.
because I don't know how much apartments rent for now. Can you give me an estimate?
Well,
of how much
and
this is
we got a little bit of off track here. This is not low-income housing.
Well,
This,
that's why I was questioning it,
No,
because I had
ma'am.
not heard that.
No, ma'am. Absolutely not. These units are in excess of $200,000 a door, and the rents would be $950 on a one-bedroom, $1,450 on a two, $1,800 on a three. These are living units, very comparable to starter houses.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're very
Answered
welcome.
my
Thank you.
questions.
Oh, I got one more. I have one more question for you, sir. Did you have an estimate of what the single-family lot price would
Over
have looked like?
$100,000 on
Over
that side of
100,000.
the street.
Okay.
Completely undoable.
And I have a question as well.
Yes, sir.
Even though the density calls for 366 dwelling units, how many dwelling units are you planning to put?
Well, I think maximum is 366. Realistically, 300 is going to be a lot. The part of the problem we're dealing with over there is all those sinkholes.
Right.
So, in order to be good stewards of the land, realistically, we're not going to, if we get 300, we'd be really fortunate. Could be less than that.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions, Mr. Morlock? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Any other questions, or any other comments from staff? Based on the public hearing. Any other questions or comments from council? All right. As I said before, we'll have this again in 2 weeks, and we will have a vote at that time. Thank you all for coming. We'll take a small recess. Anyone that's not interested in any of the rest of the agenda is feel free to leave, and we will move on in 5 minutes.
You're good now.
We'll call the meeting back to order. Me and Jill stop talking. Listen to me.
You figure out.
You
how
did.
to do that, let me know.
Call the meeting back to order. My hand's gonna be sore. I don't have one. We'll move on to our next ordinance.
First reading Council Bill number 2023-01, an ordinance of the Council of the City of Nixa amending Chapter 12, Article 5 of the Nixa City Code by amending Sections 12-103 and 12-104 to modify provisions related to mobile vending.
Thank you. Mayor, Council, good evening. This is a little change of topic, so this is welcome. So our mobile vending ordinance has, we've had some small business owners that do mobile vending apply to the city for special use permits in order to do things that are not allowed in our mobile vending ordinance. So since we have already approved multiple special use permits, staff is looking to basically make those changes to our code so that way it saves those small business owners time and money to get to where they will probably will get to anyways with council approval. So currently we are looking at changing 3 sections of the mobile vending ordinance. The first is how long they can stay on site and conduct business. Right now it's limited to 12 hours in any 24-hour period. The other aspect to that is that it is no overnight parking is allowed, so we are looking to both allow those in only the general commercial and highway commercial zoning districts, because those are the zoning districts that have had these special use permits approved to allow these activities. And then the other main aspect is the no drive-through. We're proposing to just eliminate that aspect and then add additional language to our code, which already states that you can't place it in your mobile vending structure that in a way that will cause traffic problems or traffic circulation problems in their parking lot. So we're looking to add a little bit more information or language to that says you can't allow it to extend out into the public right-of-way. So that way it's known that the drive-through activities have to maintain or stay on the property. So that is the main aspect of these changes to the mobile vending ordinance. Staff does recommend approval, and if you have any questions, I'm available.
Does this remove the requirement for the special use permit or just change the rules around the special use permit?
It's modifying our code to allow what has already been allowed through multiple special use permits. So they can still do a special use permit to modify what they need to, and we still review it based off of current standards. But since we have approved.
So right now, you would, like, if you wanted to bring in a mobile currently, you could bring it in any place you wanted to, but just for the day, and not as a drive-through, and
it would have to be on the
leave that night.
Yeah, proper zoning, and then obviously you don't stay there 12 hours 12 hours in a 24-hour period, and you couldn't leave it overnight. Which those are aspects that we have already approved through special use permits, and we have not received any complaints or concerns regarding those special use permits.
From my memory, I believe on all the ones that have been approved, they've also talked to other business owners. So if it's in a, take, Cup of Joe there by Coyotes. I know that the business owners in that strip were talked to as well as the owner of the property. Is that still, that's not necessarily a requirement, is it?
We do require property owner permission.
Just the property owner or also the business?
Just the property owner.
Because if you had my concern is if there's a strip that has a coffee shop in it and a mobile coffee shop wants to come in and set up and they have a drive-through and the one in the center doesn't, you'd be taking business away from someone who is already there paying a lease established.
Yeah, my concern would be diminishing the investment of the brick and mortar businesses that are investing in a standalone location or a strip center location. For these, we've been able to limit that by forcing them to have a special use permit at this point. We only have the 3, right? We have the barbecue place and then the 2 coffee shops. So in this case, we would be opening that up to a lot more places without any additional scrutiny of the, or control over the number of it. In any way.
Right, and it would still come back to the property owner allowing them to operate there. So if they don't want to lose that brick and mortar location, then they probably won't approve or allow another competing business to locate there.
Any other questions?
So how will the process look? If this was approved, how would the process look? In 5 months, someone wants to have a mobile vending spot set up in the Harder House parking lot, and they want to stay there and have a drive-through. What will they go through then compared to now?
Right, they will have to be properly located on a hard surface and have property owner permission. That's basically, and a business license. There's other conditions in our mobile vending ordinance too that they would have to comply with.
Is the purpose of this to save staff's time, or is there another reason?
It's more to accommodate the mobile vending businesses that are looking to locate somewhere in Nixa, not having them go through the whole special use permit and the expense and time of the special use permit.
Any other questions?
And then, sorry, I'm losing my voice, so apologize. Obviously, we can talk and some more about the 12-hour and 24-hour period if council would like. The drive-through portion is the other aspect of this that I think is important because currently, I've always had a concern with the safety issues of people getting out of their car, walking up to these things, and even though those are still permissible, when a lot of times, you could just drive right up and get the food and that kind of thing. So, again, we can talk more about the 12 and 24 and then 24-hour if you'd like, but I think the drive-through portion as well. I just want to make sure you knew there's two parts to this.
I think the big key to that, though, is that they have to have the property owner's permission.
But yeah, I could buy the lot where the car wash used to be. I am the property owner, and then I could put 3 mobile vending trucks sitting there all the time, competing with a restaurant that's across the street, or two restaurants that are on the opposite corners from that location. So those people have invested in brick and mortar locations, whereas you're not requiring that same investment, and we have then no limits. Whereas they could come and say, hey, we want to do that same idea, but we want to just put one on there and have a special use permit, then we have control over that, where we wouldn't have the control. Just my thought, I don't know.
Again, then we're trying to tell people what they can and cannot do with the property.
Sure. But as Ron eloquently said, that's what zoning ordinances are for.
How much is the fee for the special use permit?
$250 plus additional legal notices and certified letters that have to go out, so there's additional fees on top of that.
I feel like we can look at this a little bit more and find somewhere in the middle, because you still have to have some oversight on a drive-through, because that can be extremely dangerous or be perfectly fine.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions? All right, thank you, Scott.
Thank you.
We'll open up the public hearing. If anyone would like to speak to this item. And close the public hearing. Any further from staff? Anything further from council? All right, we'll move on to the next one.
First reading Council Bill number 2023-02, an ordinance of the Council of the City of Nixa approving the preliminary plat of the Cardinals Gate subdivision, generally located along the southeast corner of the intersection of South Main Street and East Mills Road, and authorizing certain city officials to take certain actions upon the filing of the final plat.
So this is a preliminary plat request on property that is already zoned R4. The property was annexed into the city in 1985, and given the existing zoning arrangement as it is. The property owner has submitted a preliminary plat illustrating the proposed arrangement, which is further down into this packet. So Cardinals Gate subdivision is what they're proposing the name to be. It creates 6 two-family residential lots, 5 of which are developable. The 6th will be basically undeveloped. It's to the south. It's basically a gully for all the stormwater that goes through there. All municipal services are available. They will have to extend a sewer line to the east because the property is sloped, so they will put a sewer line to the south of the property that runs to existing sewer line infrastructure that runs along Old Riverdale Road. So yeah, all municipal services are available. There is a overhead power line that runs north-south on this property that is not, that's not the city of Nixa's, but it is contained within their own 20-foot utility easement. All lots will be served by East Mills Road. Lot 1 will not have direct vehicular access to South Main Street. Lot 6 will not have access to Main Street or Old Riverdale Road. It will be, access will come from a 30-foot easement between lots 4 and 5 off of East Mills Road. So there is, you're going to hear a lot about different stormwater situations. In this case, we have been, since there is FEMA floodplain directly connected to this property, we have been advised by our third-party stormwater consultant not to require stormwater detention on this property. The situation is that it could create 2 peaks in the flood water, or it could create a prolonged peak in the flood water. So they will be pursuing a fee in lieu of stormwater detention. So this, the density standards for R4 is currently 5.45 dwelling units per acre. The site's 5 acres, so the max they can get is 27. Again, they are proposing just 5 developable lots, which will get them 10 dwelling units, and that's roughly the best that they can do with this piece of property. This preliminary plat was read at the January 3rd, 2023 regular meeting of the Planning and Zoning Commission. During the public hearing, concerned neighbors approached the commission to voice opposition to this development. Neighbors spoke of flooding concerns. Again, this area does have FEMA floodplain on 2 sides of it, to the south and to the east. Another neighbor spoke about how narrow East Mills Road is. It is an existing road. Constructed probably before, or not probably, but constructed before city standards were in place. They voiced concerns about where East Mills Road connects to South Main Street and how additional traffic will impact that intersection. With all things considered, the commission voted 6-1 to recommend approval to City Council for this preliminary plat. The commissioner that voted nay voiced concerns about stormwater during the commissioner's discussion. Staff has reviewed the preliminary plat and has determined the document to be in substantial conformance with the applicable regulations of the Nixa City Code concerning major subdivisions within the R4 zoning district, and staff does recommend approval. And if you scroll down, there will be the preliminary plat. So. So again, this is zoned R4 for 2-family structures, either duplexes or patio homes. In this case, it'll be duplexes.
Any questions? Thank you, Scott.
Thank you.
And we will open up the public hearing if anyone would like to speak to this item.
Brandy or Dusty, I have Bewley Custom Homes.
I just want to say we've been part of our community for over 20 years and raised all of our boys here. And to advance our city and to make it a beautiful place, keep it a beautiful place, is one of our most up concerns. And I actually wanted to kind of put this in not just for us, but for our development period. People have concerns about renters, and the last meeting, a lady had said, you know, where does the crime start? Like, when do we let them do this or that? I don't know about you guys, but whenever I was 18 years old and got married, I couldn't afford to buy my first house. I was a renter, and I didn't rob anybody or stab anybody or take their children. So, you know, we all have to start somewhere, and we all have to have somewhere to be. As a builder and a realtor, I often find families who are coming to the area and not sure where they want to buy a house, but they still want to have somewhere nice to live in the meantime. And we kind of have a lack for that here. Whether we want the city to grow or we don't want the city to grow. If you would ask me 20 years ago if I wanted my town to change, I'd have been like, no way, I love it the way it is. But it's just like when you decide to have a baby, like, can I afford this child? Can I make room for this child? And you have to grow. When you have that baby, you want it to grow and you want to find space for it. You make it happen. And that's how a city is, a community is. We make things happen for our community because we love our community. And we can't put gates around our town and say, you can't live here. People's coming whether we're ready or not. It's like being ready for them is the best thing we can do. And making places for them to live, places for them to work, that's our responsibility as a city and as a unit together. Thank you for your time. I appreciate you guys.
Thank you, Ms. Bewley. And we'll leave open public hearing.
Hubert Eagle? Cagle.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. My name's Hubert Cagle. I live at 113 East Mills Road. I live right on the corner of where they're trying to put the property, where they're doing a build. The man said last week when we were here that the road's 21 feet wide. He's correct at the widest point. At the narrowest point, if I was to park my pickup, you're not going to go past my pickup unless you go in the ditch on these people's property. The road's 15 feet wide there. I have a 450 and I have just a regular pickup. You cannot pass another vehicle there. That's our main problem is it's a dead-end street. There's no way in and out. When the kids go down there to get on the bus stop, the parents sit in their vehicles on the side of the road. They have to turn off onto Main Street, go up the road and turn back, if not back into the other driveways to turn around. If I don't leave at 5:30 in the morning to go to work, I can't get out until after 6:30 because of the line of the cars from the other people that live there. We're not saying that we shouldn't grow. We're going to grow. But if they're going to build this stuff or whatever else, the builder that built the last 4 houses on the street, the city made him widen the road and put the curb and gutters in there. That's all we're asking is to make it, if they're going to put the added families there, to make it where we can get in and out. When they're bringing their building stuff in there, we're not going to be able to get out. My son has an allergy that we don't know what it is. We have to carry an EpiPen. If they block that road, he's got an hour after I give him that EpiPen. I have to get him to the hospital. That's all I have. Thanks.
Doug Schnacky?
Almost, it's Shank.
Okay, I can see that.
It's a difficult word. Thank you. Mr. Mayor, members of council, thank you for your time. My name is Doug Shank. I live at 116 Mills Road. It also is on the corner. It's opposite of Hubert, who you just heard. I'm an old Army guy. I purchased the property back in '99 when I had orders here, and I've been out on deployments and back, but the majority of my time has been there since I've retired. I'm able to go out back, sit on my back porch, drink coffee, and watch Cardinals, right? The road needs to be widened if you put in single-family homes or multifamily homes. What Hubert just explained to you is absolutely correct. The entrance to that road is uneven. It's narrower than the rest of the road. I've seen semi-trucks that have had personal household goods get stuck and have to back out on Main and come in from the north side. It's a difficult entry. So what I am here to say is I would implore you to consider whether it's the developer or whether it's the city, please do the postman a service, do Amazon, USPS, UPS, and the residents a service and widen the road. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir. We have nobody else has signed up. If anyone else would like to speak at this time, we'll leave the public hearing open. And close the public hearing. Anything further from staff? Have we looked at the possibility of at least making it a requisite width wide, of making the road at least a requisite width wide? It's just it's an old county road, of course, like all the rest of them, but
I mean, yes, we've been up and down the road. I'm aware of the road, and it is narrow, as they mentioned. We haven't looked at it as far as where it would be as a widening project.
anything else from council? All right, we'll move on to the next one. As I stated earlier, all these items will come back at the next meeting in 2 weeks.
First reading, Council Bill number 2023-03, an ordinance of the Council of the City of Nixa rezoning the real property generally located in the 400 block of South Main Street from high-density multifamily R3 to a planned unit development.
So this is concerning roughly 8.11 acres. It's a piece of property that's commonly known as the Pines in the 400 block of South Main. The property was partially developed in 2007 with a private road and public utilities installed, but no structures were ever constructed at that time or since. There was a condo plat associated with this property until it was recently removed by the property owner. The condo plat did outline high-density multifamily outlined two-family residential structures, which were duplexes at the time, on an R3 lot. So the property owner is requesting to construct two-family residential structures, which are duplexes, along with single-family structures, and according to section 117-24 of the Nixa Code, single-family attached and two-family uses can occur within an R3 zoning district, only within the planned unit development. So you notice it said single-family attached, so that's patio homes and duplexes. But then when you go to section 117-214, that states that all uses in the R1, R4, and R3 zoning district shall be allowed within a planned unit development residential. So that is what they are requesting, is to do R1 and R4 on this piece of property through a planned unit development residential. So this property currently has, or is bound by South Main Street and single-family structures to the east, multifamily and single-family zone property to the north, multifamily and single-family property to the west, and single-family property to the south. The proposed land use change is consistent with development in the area. Also, this property is connected to South Main Street. It already has that connection. South Main Street is a collector level street, so it will require a new traffic impact study based off of the new proposed development. This property has had two previous traffic impact studies for the same amount of dwelling units, but those were performed in 2006 and 2008. So this new one may produce different requirements as to what may need to be done to South Main Street. All utilities are available on the site, and they are actually currently making them more usable and fit the layout that they want, because they do have approved construction plans to move utilities, which were approved earlier in 2022. The property does have existing stormwater infrastructure that was designed or over-designed in 2006, mainly to slow the stormwater that comes through there, because there is a lot of stormwater that flows through this property and additional property to the south. But again, it was designed to handle more impervious surface than what is being proposed, and it was also designed to handle additional flows from beyond the Pines development. And it does drain into a FEMA flood hazards area zone A onto the neighboring property to the south. The property owner is requesting a different density standard than what is currently there, so they're requesting 7.1 dwelling units per acre. That's obviously well below what the R3 zoning district currently allows, which is what the property currently is zoned. So they are requesting, or the site plan that is also submitted as part of this PUD only shows 45 new dwelling units, but the max that they could fit is 57. So the changes that the PUD the property owner is requesting through the PUD is the setbacks. The building setbacks are listed as the front yard setback is 12 feet and will extend from South Main Street, and the proposed side yard setback is 8 feet. So the current density, or the current standards for R3 zone districts are that your front yard setback is 20 feet and your side yard setback is 12 feet. So they are requesting a slight reduction in setbacks, but and the PUD document is not requesting any other changes beyond beyond what was just mentioned. They are referencing all current city code for landscaping, for screening, and all other things. They're not requesting any other changes. So a public hearing was held at the January 3rd, 2023 regular meeting of the Planning and Zoning Commission. During the public hearing, a concerned neighbor approached the commission to voice his concerns about additional stormwater runoff. The property in question that he lives on is impacted by the FEMA floodplain because it does run across his property. So there was concern about additional stormwater. The Planning and Zoning Commission voted unanimously to recommend approval to City Council. Staff has reviewed the PUDR and finds it to be in substantial conformance with Section 117-215, which is the review criteria for PUDs, and staff recommends approval.
Any questions?
What's the reasoning for wanting to change the setbacks?
The lots themselves are about 40 feet deep. They're with this drainage ditch that's behind it is very, I looked at buying it a few years ago. It's very hard to build.
Yeah, it is very narrow where the road is placed through there versus where the neighboring property is. So the side setback is the main thing. The front setback is from Main Street, and there's only, I think, 3 dwelling units proposed along there, and I believe they're still in excess of or meet our current standards. But I think the main thing is the side setbacks or some of these other structures, which the site plan is further down in this packet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's just a huge drainage ditch behind it. I don't think, so they're looking at the side setbacks, not the setback between units, right?
Correct.
The setbacks. We had changed the distance between as a fire hazard concern between
Correct.
units to make them wider.
Yeah, they would still conform with the IBC standards for distance between dwelling units, yes.
It's just to Main Street because the one's on the side.
Gotcha.
You said, so that road is a private road, right? It's not
Correct.
a city street?
Correct.
Okay.
And there is, I forgot to mention, there is an emergency access point at the very southeast corner off of Main Street. It's basically just concrete blocks underneath the surface there. So most people may not realize it, but there is an emergency access point for this property.
Any other questions? Thank you, Scott.
Thank you.
And we'll open up the public hearing. If anyone would like to speak on this item.
Andrew Geyer. Derek Lee.
My name's Derek Lee, and I'm with Lee Engineering, and I represent the owner. I just have a couple of quick comments. The setback, if you look at that along Main Street, that road is already in. And so that's an existing road that was built there back in 2007. And so that's the only reason why we're asking for a change in the setback is the existing road is already in it. And then we had some questions about stormwater at the previous meeting. And so I did a little extra research on it. Basically, the stormwater detention basin that we have was built, and I looked up the numbers. It was designed for 30% more impervious area that we're showing on this plan. So it's a larger detention basin than what your standards actually require. And if you have any other questions, I'd be glad to answer them.
Any other questions? Thank you, sir. And sorry. Keep forgetting to ask you if you have people signed up. So we'll open this up if anyone else would like to speak. And we'll close the public hearing. Anything further from staff? Anything further from council? All right, we'll move on.
First reading Council Bill number 2023-04, an ordinance of the Council of the City of Nixa, rezoning the real property generally located in the 700 block of South Elegant Drive from a single-family residential R1 district to a two-family residential R4 district.
Mayor, council, good evening. The property owner of approximately 17.37 acres undeveloped property along the 700 block of South Elegant is proposed to rezone from single-family residential to two-family residential, which is R1 to R4. The property was originally annexed in 2005 as part of a 118-acre parent parcel. At the same time, there was a preliminary plat that featured two-family zoning, or excuse me, R4 and two single-family zonings that are no longer in use by the city. And that was approved in 2005 for the Richmond subdivision. For the specific 17 acres in question, the original Richmond pre-plat showed 38 single-family lots. As many may know, only one phase of the Richmond subdivision was developed. It's the partial, or the piece that's on the east side of Elegant. Since then, the remaining portions of that development have sold. Main portion was bought by Bustle Buildings. They did the Forest Heights subdivision to the south. This piece of property, the 17 acres in question, was purchased in December of 2021 by its current property owner. Subject property is presently vacant, contains no buildings. The property is bound by South Elegant to the east and to the south. Single-family structures or single-family zoning to the north, which is the Tiffany Highlands subdivision, and then also single-family zoning to the west, which is the Ridge subdivision. The future land use map, as adopted in the 2006 update of the comp plan, shows this parcel as being single-family. The main thing from looking at the future land use map is that it did show R4 zoning adjacent to this property. That specific property was rezoned when Bustle Buildings purchased the remainder of Forest Heights subdivision in 2019 and rezoned from R4 to R1. So the future land use map is not the justification for this rezone. The proposed land use change is consistent with the Nixa Comprehensive Plan land use chapter's locational criteria for residential housing for low-density residential, which is page 79 and 80. Goal 4, Objective 4A, Activity 4AI has 3 criteria to consider for low-density residential, which is low-density residential is considered 1 unit to 6 units per acre, and currently the R4 zoning district is 5.45 dwelling units per acre. So these are the standards that we have to ask ourselves, include areas that are or can be adequately buffered from adverse impacts from adjacent land uses. We do have a screening requirement. It would be semi-opaque that the R4 zoning district would have to provide around the R1 zoning districts. Be areas conducive to quiet residential settings. Again, this is already a quiet residential neighborhood. Include pedestrian accessibility to neighborhood or multi-neighborhood shopping, educational, or recreational facilities. There is sidewalk along the east side of Elegant that leads all the way up to, through the Tiffany Highlands subdivision up to the general commercial zoning that is along East Highway 14. So this rezone is supported by Goal 4, Objective 4B of the Nixa Comprehensive Plan land use chapter. The objective states to increase densities in residential neighborhoods where the proposed development demonstrates that it could be compatible with and complement existing residential neighborhoods. Another activity associated with that one is that we have land ready to support the residential demands of the city and to promote more diversity in our residential housing stock. So the subject property is primarily served by South Elegant, which is a secondary arterial. And we don't have the preliminary plat in front of us, but they do have a stubbed out road on East-South Southridge Street that they were proposing to access as well. Since South Elegant Drive is a secondary arterial, we would require a traffic impact study at their points of entrance to determine what improvements would be necessary. There are, if you look at the road, South Elegant Road, there are 2 stubbed out right-of-way sections of South Elegant, one located along the north portion of this property and then again on the south portion of the property. These are not necessarily where their access points are going to be. And I say that because South Elegant Drive was constructed as part of Phase 1 of the Richmond subdivision. It was constructed to connect the portion from Tiffany Highlands down over to Old Bittersweet. So these stubbed out portions of right-of-way, basically the north one would be in approximately 200 feet from East Diamond Avenue in Tiffany Highlands, and that would create a violation of Section 115-170, which states that no two streets may intersect an arterial street on the same side within 1,000 feet of each other. So therefore, that north stubbed out access that you would think would be the access can't be used currently. I'm going to keep scrolling down. All municipal utilities are available to the site and of sufficient capacity to serve the residential zoning change. Again, this development will have to conform to City of Nixa standards for stormwater management. Currently there is no known sinkholes, and the property does not contain any FEMA flood hazard areas. The current density standard for R4 zoning district is 5.45 dwelling units. This site is 17.34 acres, which will allow for a maximum of 94 dwelling units. So that is 47 structures, 2 dwelling units per structure. So during the review of this, staff identified an error in our residential density standards that we did in 2021. It creates an issue where our transitional zoning system or zoning model is incorrect because we have flipped two-family and single-family in the density standards. So currently R1 is 6.6 dwelling units per acre and R4 is 5.45. Typically you want R1 to be your less dense zoning district. And this plays into when you're doing a transition from a more intense use like a general commercial or industrial, like what you see at the north end of Tiffany Highlands, where they have gone from the more intense use down to single-family zoning, and they buffered it with R4 zoning. So that's where the transitional zoning model comes into play. In this instance, we have lost my train of thought. For this 17 acres, for example, if remained zone R1, the max dwelling units would be 114 compared to the 94 dwelling units that would be allowed in the R4 zoning district. The city will still maintain a transitional zoning model with two-family residential acting as a transition to single-family residential until such time that we can adjust our density standards to more accurately represent where it should be. So at the public hearing for the Planning and Zoning Commission held on January 3rd, 2023, concerned neighbors of the subject property expressed a variety of concerns, amongst them being potential rental properties will cause an increase in crime, increase in traffic, and the impacts it could have on neighborhood kids playing in the area, decrease in property values, bad soil to build upon, stormwater impacts on the detention basin in the Richmond subdivision, traffic speed on Elegant. They feel that this rezone does not comply with the comprehensive plan and overcrowded schools and the county roads to the south that cannot handle more traffic. Another concerned neighbor mentioned spot zoning. This has been brought up by council in the past for another rezone request. So spot zoning is where incompatible land uses or incompatible zoning are allowed to be amongst each other without any type of approved plan, like a future land use plan or any language in the comp plan, demonstrating that zoning arrangement. So in this case, the two zoning districts in question are single family and two-family residential. Those are compatible zoning districts. It's residential amongst residential. The issue would be is if their property owner was trying to request to, again, commercial or industrial. We do not have any adopted plan justifying that type of rezone. So therefore, that would be considered spot zoning. In this instance, the Planning and Zoning Commission voted 4-3 to not recommend approval to City Council. I don't have any justification as to why the commissioners voted it down, but they did. But staff does recommend approval of this application based off of the locational criteria in the comprehensive plan. So if you have any questions, I'm available.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
We received an email from a concerned citizen, and they talked about intensity versus density. What is the difference? I mean, what would you say is the difference to that? And do we have any codes that call out intensity like we do with density?
I don't believe we have anything that calls out intensity, but intensity is where, so if you look at our residential zoning districts, it goes from the less intense, which would be ag zoning, and then to R1, and then it goes up in intensity to R4, the medium density to the high density. And it's the same thing in the commercial zoning districts. We have neighborhood commercial, which leads into general commercial, which then leads into highway commercial. So it's a hierarchy of intensity amongst our zoning districts.
But you're saying with the way that it's currently written in the code for the density part of that, it actually doesn't fit that medium. It actually is below the R1.
Correct, yeah. That is a mistake that was identified by staff during the review process.
Okay.
But it has been in place since the density standards were adjusted in 2021.
Okay.
Scott, do you know if this neighborhood has an HOA or anything in it?
It was in the engineering report that this neighborhood would have an HOA, and I would refer to the property owner to address any further questions on that, since we don't have the preliminary plat in front of us.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, Scott. Becca, do we have anyone signed up for the public hearing?
I have one other question, Scott.
Oh.
If this is not approved for the duplexes or whatever, would they consider putting single-family houses on that property?
I would assume so, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Craig Heinz.
Hello, my name is Craig Heinz. I live at 762 East Diamond Avenue. Mayor and council, thank you for taking the time. My property is on the north side, directly connected to where the development's going to be. I spoke at the zoning commission hearing, and in my opinion, there was a lot of discussion on whether this was transitionary or not, where it went from R1 to R4. So my evidence, or my opinion, is all around the zoning and why it really shouldn't be R4. Currently, it was brought up that Bustle building rezoned an area that was R4 just immediately south of this property, so it was the only R4 piece out in this part of town. And to me, that just says that really we're homogenizing this part to be a R1 zone for all residential single-family homes that are there. And now we want to take a circle that's all R1 and put right in the middle of it an R4, just because. And my guess would be because it's more profitable and easier to turn the property because of these smaller items there. Some of the things that were brought up about the transition were, well, we did this over near Wicklow with I believe it was the Copper Leaf neighborhood. And if you look on a zoning map where Copper Leaf is, it backs up to Tracker, and then it's an R5 center with an R4 around the outside of it. And then directly next to it is Wicklow, and to the other side is these apartments that so far everybody's not said nice things about. They're over on the corner of Tracker and Main. They're right there. And on the southeast corner of that property that was rezoned to the R4 is, I know the address. They're on Peachtree Lane. There's a whole apartment complex there, and then I can't think of the right word, but like a disabled person or old people's home there, and I'm not using the right word. That's there. So that does fit a transitionary place where they're going from very busy parts of town, from Tracker, to these more dense populations, and then eventually it gets to Wicklow. So I understand that. There's another area that's also, it's an R3 right north of Wicklow. So it goes Wicklow, and then you have the Wicklow, the villas that's there, and that's R3. It goes Wicklow, R1, R3, and then right on the other side of the R3 is commercial. That works. That's a transition. And my argument is that we're not transitioning. you could say we are. We're going from R1 to a spot of R2, or R4, excuse me, to R1. But that doesn't really make any sense in this case, especially since we just transitioned a spot from R4 to R1 to make it more homogeneous. So that's what I have to say. I would hope you would consider that in your decision on how this goes. And I'm glad to see that the road that's directly behind my house that's a possibility is not within code. So that was my other issue, but that looks like that's not going to be an issue. So appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Steve Sweeney.
Thank you. My name's Steve Sweeney, and I live at 722 South Peachbrook, which is the Richmond subdivision. I can actually say the Richmond subdivision, because when I moved there in 2013, it was originally 118 some odd acres. Well, now it's down to 30 homes due to the land selling and all that, which fine, I totally get that. I'm not opposed to that land being developed. I never have been. I always knew it would be. Much like the gentleman before me, I question where Forest Heights is now, where I believe the original R4 zoning in that area was to occur, is now a subdivision built by Mr. Bussell with nothing but single-family homes. So again, if you take off going north on Elegant, you're going to go from Forest Heights, which is a residential, down to an R4 back to R1. But anyways, my main concern is the safety. We went from this original 17 acres being platted for 38 some odd homes. Now we're going to 100 or 96 units, we believe. We don't even have a plat yet. That's concerning to me. I'm not sure whether he could go down or go up. So, you're going to have impact to the schools, to traffic. A chicane had to be placed on the south end of Elegant there to slow traffic down. I don't believe it has helped. I believe there'd be more traffic engineering that needs to happen there if this does go through. Our big thing, and I don't know if you're aware of it or not, but apparently there's water runoff issues here in the city. And the Richmond subdivision owns, is what we've been told as residents, we own the water retention that Forest Heights, and I believe this will run off into. 30 homes has to take care of that. So another 90-some units there, the impact that it's going to have on us. And with that, I'll concede. Thanks.
David Shelton.
A little shorter. Mr. Mayor, Council, David Shelton here from 611 South Jewel Court. I share a lot of the concerns that were listed previously in this document, mostly around value, traffic, things of that nature. For example, we talk about our second arterial road. However, if you've actually been there where you've got Jewel Court intersecting, or Diamond intersecting Elegant, it's a blind hill. So anytime you try to exit our little subdivision over there, you have traffic just flying down Elegant. So that's going to increase, obviously, that traffic if we go to R4 zone. I'm not against it being an R1 zone. Like previously stated, we all know it's going to be developed. It has to be. Does it make sense to be an R4 in the middle of a bunch of R1? No, not at all. Beyond that, for value, R4, it's duplexes, but taken in tandem with like the storage units that have been approved and are currently being built in the entrance of Tiffany Highlands. I think the combination of the things that are going on there might. Is that no longer a thing?
That's no longer going to happen.
Oh, perfect. I'll take it. So yeah, mostly around any sort of valuation that might happen from that, and traffic issues. The only other thing that I had an issue with is utilities, such as water. It's supposed to be able to take it, but we've had multiple issues in the past with water pressure, things like that, that I think would need to be addressed prior. Other than that, that's all I've got.
Thanks, sir.
The Bowling Box.
Thank you for the time this evening. I'm Linda Bullenbach, and my husband Craig is with me. We live on the intersection of East Ridge and South Ridge, and South Ridge is the stubbed-in road that is to go through to the property that is in question. I moved here in 2008. It's actually the longest I've ever lived in one house because my father was a pastor, I was a pastor, so we moved a lot. And I was hesitant to move to this part of the country, but I have to say I absolutely have grown to love the Nixa area, and I really do consider it home now, which is saying a lot. I loved the house because we have this beautiful woods behind us. I love that woods and hate to think of it leaving, but I always knew that it would, right? I knew that would come someday. My husband and I, sometimes when we've talked about that change and how some of the animals and the birds and all of that won't be there anymore, and by the way, we even had a bear in our yard last spring. So, we've talked about all that, and we thought, you know what, there could be some really cool people that live on the other side of the fence someday. And I have learned in the almost 14 years or so that I've lived here that as beautiful as the woods are, the people are even more beautiful. We have wonderful neighbors. I love them. I consider them all like family. We live in the kind of neighborhood that has become increasingly diverse, culturally, ethically, politically, all of that. We have a lot of single people, we have married people, we have kids. It's the kind of neighborhood where kids can safely ride their bike up and down the street. People can walk their dogs, they can go for walks. Our neighbors, all gather in front of each other's house. We bring baked goods to one another. It is a beautiful, quiet, peaceful neighborhood. I know that someday there will be houses behind us, but I always thought there would be, 30-some houses, 35 houses. That was what we always believed that it was going to be with it being an R1. But now we're talking about around 100 dwellings, 100 families. That's a lot more traffic that's going to come through that stubbed-in road. That's going to be right beside my house, right into the neighborhood where the neighbor kids play and people walk their dogs. I'm concerned about the traffic, and that's the main reason that I oppose this, is because I'm concerned about the safety. I'm also concerned about the harmony of the neighborhood, just with that much congestion and that many more people, that much more noise, how that affects quality of life. And even value, property value, of course that's a concern. It wouldn't be honest to say that that's not a concern as well. It would be like an island, as others have said, kind of like an island of duplexes in the middle of all these single-family residences, and it just kind of doesn't fit the rest of the neighborhoods around it. One beautiful thing that happened is that when we got these certified letters that delivered to everybody that lived within 185 feet the Monday before Christmas, Merry Christmas. But my husband and I said, what should we do? Okay, let's go. Let's go to the houses. Let's talk to the neighbors. We got to know neighbors, that we hadn't even met before, all the way around. And we had conversations, and we talked about how we felt about this, and we heard how they felt about this. Not a single person who lives around that parcel was in favor of this being rezoned. And so I know a lot of them were able to come to the last meeting with the Planning and Zoning Committee. We unfortunately were snowed in Minnesota and couldn't get back in time for that, but I know a lot of them were able to speak. We've gotten 33 signatures, but those petitions have to be notarized, which has been pretty difficult over the holidays. I know some of the neighbors are going to get those petitions in to oppose this rezoning. But I just ask you as council members and that you would please just consider how all of the neighbors around this property oppose and feel about this change and how that's going to impact. We want to be welcoming. We want to be the welcoming neighborhood that we've been, and I think that I heard that all the way around. But it will be a lot easier to be welcoming when there's not a lot of commotion, a lot of congestion, and even those traffic dangers for kids and pets and just all the folks that live in that area. So thank you for your time. Thank you for hearing me out.
Thank you much.
William Grant.
I've got packets to give to the council. How do I do that?
Give them to Cindy.
Good evening, Council. My name is Will Grant. I'm the owner and operator of CRM Built. I'm the president. My wife and I are a small company, but we run it, and we've been in Nixa for many years. Being the owner at Willowbrook, I am the owner, I am the developer, and I am the builder. So therefore, we can talk about my intent. The first page in there is just a rudimentary, simple illustration, which we really need to hammer out is a zero lot line. What is a patio home? It's real simple. These units are not duplexes. They're in no way, shape, form a duplex. They're 100% a single-family home that is joined together. They've talked about profitability. In order to make everything work on the land, we had to get more single-family homes in there. And so we said, hey, we want to be able to buy, sell, and rent. Every neighbor around us has that very ability to do that. So a patio home has an 8-inch center block wall down the center of this house. You cannot go up and punch through that drywall, or you're going to hit a block wall. Fire will retain that. So in essence, we have two single-family homes formed together. If you'll switch to the second page in your packet, that is the preliminary plat. We had to pull it out because of the street issue, but we've reworked it. So what we have here is we have a green space dedicated to Tiffany Highlands, 3.28 acres of all green space. And on the south end, we have 3.39 acres of dedicated green space. So we have eliminated the major concern of the hill blind side and kids and wrecks and things like that. Let's talk about trees. I don't want to lose trees either, so we're going to try to maintain as much as we have. But every building will have 2 trees, 94 times 2, that's 188 new trees that will be planted in those units. We're fans of dogwoods, oaks, and pines. We also will have privacy fences around the back, so what backs up to Elegant, that road right there will be privacy fences. You're not even going to see that pocket neighborhood for the most part. You're going to be focused on driving, hopefully, and not looking at duplexes. Let's go to the next page, please. So value, let's talk about value really quick. Forest Heights, Cobble Creek, The Ridge, Tiffany Highlands, Richmond. You have an average of every house sold in 2022 in there from comps that were listed on the multi-list. That means that they were closed out on the multi-list. There was probably sell for by owners, and I can't track that. But what I can track came up to an average of a square foot of $136.23 a square foot. Average square footage is 2,500. Average sale price is $322,593. The Ridge being the lowest, Tiffany Highlands being the highest, obviously. Our units that we're going to have are 2-bedroom, 2-bath, 1 car, 1,000 square foot. That's $200 a square foot. That's a $200,000 building. Last time I checked, 200 minus 136, that's a gap. However, we have to address affordability, and how we're addressing affordability is the strength of footprint on a single-family house. We just so happen to have 2 of them. Bedroom number, a 3-bedroom, 2-bath, 2-car garage, $1,350. That's 200 square foot. That's $270K. A 4-bedroom, 3-bath, 2-car, that's 1,600 square foot, that's at 200 per square foot, that's 320. These are 0 lot line patio homes. They are not duplexes. Cannot emphasize that enough. If this was a duplex, I wouldn't be up here right now. We just would have went single-family houses and crammed as many houses in there as we could to try to make the economics of it work. So what we really want to focus on with Willowbrook at the end of the day is it better for the community? We believe it is. We understand the difference of opinions, and we respect that 100%. But when you look at the numbers, it is not going to decrease the value. It is only going to increase. Houses versus duplexes, yeah, or houses versus patio homes. You're right, there is a difference of less patio homes versus single family, but either way, you're going to have more people there. The road is designed, from my understanding, from engineering, that the road is designed. We are partnered with Clayton Hines, Schaefer and Hines, and the water, obviously, like anybody, we're going to do everything we can to whatever regulations and whatever you guys say there. At the end of the day, I can only control that, but I leave it up to the experts there. But for that pocket neighborhood, we come from Wicklow and we come from Tuscany Hills. Not everyone can live there, that's a point, but we want to bring those aspects there. We've built many homes there, and we want to do something better for the community. Schools is very important. There is divorcees, there are widows, there are downsizers. There's all kinds of people that want to live in this community, but they can't afford it. You look at those numbers on the CMAs, not a lot of people can afford $400,000, $300,000, $350,000, but what we're going to do is give them a new place right there in a great community with tons of amenities, and we'll have HOAs. Is there any other questions I can answer for you guys?
I have a question.
Yes.
I'm looking at this.
Your plot map, preliminary.
Okay, so across the street, it is going to be, it says Forest Heights Phase 1, so they will be putting houses across from that at some time?
Yeah,
There's already houses there.
Yeah, there are
Okay,
some houses
that
in
was my
that first
question.
phase, yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
That's what I was curious about. Thank you.
Gotcha.
Any other questions?
Well, you just said at the end there that you were going to have HOAs, is that correct?
Yes, we are. We're going to have HOAs. Obviously, we're going to self-govern is the idea, and then we're going to have the amenities, and that dedicated to the green space will then cover dog park, playground, basketball court, pickleball, tennis, pool. Those are the things we got to work through with those amenities. Obviously, it'll pay for trash, it'll pay for recycling, and then pay for green mowing, the green space areas that'll be dedicated. So we will have full-on HOAs there. Costed to be determined, obviously, with development and everything else and what all goes in. But 100% sustainable.
So these basically are not rentals, they are buying them as a home.
Yeah, so every individual around us can buy, sell, or rent, and that's our motto. We want to be able to buy, sell, and rent for everyone. So if I would lie to you to tell you there wouldn't be rentals in there, there would be. But our number one target, and with economics, you're hearing it everywhere, affordability is a major problem. So what we have to do is we have to shrink the footprint and give a newer, nicer availability at a lower cost. And so our number one goal is to sell. I can't tell you how many would sell or how that would happen. Interest rates keep going up, obviously, that's a variable. Obviously, too, this opens up a for sale by, purchase lease. Hey, we want to move in, sign a 5-year agreement, 2-year, buy it at the end of that. There's a lot of avenues of potential home ownership in that.
What kind of exterior you plan on putting on these?
Well, right now, your blueprint is Tiffany Highlands. At the front of Tiffany Highlands, that being an R4 with patio homes currently 3 blocks to the north. What we're going to planning is all bricks because we want no maintenance. There'll be some aspects in the things, determination is gables, maybe a composite of a cement siding, a shake, board and batten, or we just go the old traditional way, do stone or brick, or just all brick, depending on, if we're doing gables or hips and things like that for the design element.
Yeah.
Okay, so you mentioned things like a pickleball courts and all sorts of things. Where would you put those on these?
Okay, so up north, what we've got is you have 3.2
On that green
acres
space?
dedicated there, and you have a little lane right in between Lot 1 and Lot 47 to have a private entrance back there.
Okay.
And so that would self-maintain to get access back there where we're not accessing from the road, which was the major concern on that northern entrance behind Diamond.
Okay.
Before we go down to more of these, I will voice Scott's concern right now that these are non-conforming preliminary plans that he's
Yeah.
provided to us. He is not held by any of the things he's telling us right now. Not that you are lying
Yeah,
either.
100%.
Just that you are not.
It can change.
He is not required to do any of the things he's telling us or provide a plat that is anywhere similar to this document that he's providing to us.
Yeah, the main difference on the plat was, we had it ready to submit last time, but the stroke at midnight, we had the discrepancy, and we had to pull the plat because it didn't meet compliance. So we have, Schaefer and Hines made the quick changes, and you're right, we're not 100%, but this is.
We are looking at a zoning.
Yes,
not a
ma'am,
plat.
purely zoning, that's correct.
Correct.
Right.
How many buildings are you looking at? I mean, I don't want to count all these.
Right now, it's 47 buildings, which would be 94 units. So 47 lots, As and Bs, and then 94 single-family houses joined together as a patio home.
But you could build 113 single-family homes on this exact same
We can cram it.
slot of land as well,
We could
right?
cram it. I mean, obviously, some of that you'd have to say, well, look at the terrain, and someone will say, well, you can't make it work. Well, I can plot the lots and do it, whether they build them or not at that point would be the, obviously, verdict. I don't know, but yes.
Any other questions? Thank you very
All right,
much.
thank you for your time.
Craig Perkins.
Greg Perkins, 859, don't even remember my own address. 859 Stonecrest Drive. I'm in the Richmond Estates portion of this, across Elegant from this proposed unit or development. A lot of the things that I issued as, or mentioned as concerns to the zoning commission last week have already been mentioned here. I'm sure that some of those things, maybe all of them, will be addressed. Traffic being the primary issue, Blind Hill and all kinds of other things that are accompanied with the potential of this. I think what it boils down to, and again, we're increasing the traffic almost triple from just this one area. But the size of lots, the changes that were made by the city some years ago, essentially allowing the Forest Heights plot to replot their map or their development. Those houses are so stinking close to each other. They're on top of each other. Every time I walk my dog around that neighborhood, I see how close all of it is, close to the street, close to each other. And we moved here nearly 5 years ago with the idea that we didn't want to live in Springfield. We wanted to live in a community that was a little more spread out. We bought the location where we are, happens to be on that lot, on that map, which is an old satellite image. But we did that because we didn't want to be on top of each other. We didn't want our neighbor to read the labels on our dinner table. And yet, that's what we're trying to do. And what I see that concerns me most about the city of Nixa at this point. I live here, I'm a taxpayer here. I don't have children in our schools, but I'm grateful that it's one of the top school districts in our state. But we seem to be trying to cram every ounce of house on every square inch of property, creating all kinds of stormwater runoff problems. Our engineers, I sat through a zoning planning meeting last week and this meeting, and all I've heard about is water and traffic. And our experts, no offense, but our experts, our engineers, have said, well, these things work. And we find out years after those developments have been in place for many years now, they still don't work. The water still is a problem after engineers said, this is fine. And our city staff has said these are in substantial compliance, which means they mostly work. My concern is that as a community, are we more concerned with density than we are quality of life? Our slogan says that we're concerned about the quality of life. We tell our residents that we're concerned about the quality of life in Nixa. But can we truly have quality of life when we're just constantly on top of each other? There's land around us. As far as I can tell, the city of Springfield is not knocking on our door. Ozark, there is still land between us. There's land to the west. We just feel like we need to cram every possible house and change zoning so that we can have multiple units on the acreage that we're allowed. I just think it's a bad precedent. And I think as our leaders, our city leaders, our zoning commission said this is not approved. They said 4-3, don't approve this. My fear is that as a council that you would disregard that because city staff still says we recommend this. I think it's a bad idea. And I would love for this city to not consider this type of rezoning and leave it where it is. Thank you.
Will Grant. You twice. Clayton Hines.
Only if you guys have questions, I'll fill that out in case you have any questions.
Do you have any questions for Clayton? Thank you, Clayton.
You're good.
Dorothy Kleist.
My name is Dorothy Kleist, and I live at 614 South Eastridge. This area, honestly, I knew it was going to get developed and everything, and maybe I'm just being selfish, but I've already been through one whole entire planning of whenever they were doing Diamond. I mean, it was 3 years of excessive noise in the whole 9 yards. But I understand that they wanted to rezone this area. And I did some research on some things, and I found out that it doesn't matter what the population is, roughly whether you're talking about Nixa or New York. Roughly, there's a 10% crime increase for every 100 people that move into it. Now, it can be just a small petty crime, like someone stealing something off my doorstep, or it could be something horrific. But the thing is that when you add more people, you're also increasing the crime. Now, one of the other concerns that I do have is at the last meeting that I went to, they made a comment about the transitioning of the zonings. So if I live in an R1 zone and you guys make this other one back into an R4 zone, on the other side to the east of Elegant, there is a lot of undeveloped land. Does that then open that up for other zonings of R4s and then possibly R3s and then commercials and everything? Because that concerns me, because I am right there on that edge. And no offense, but I really don't want to live that close to an industrial area. One of the other things that I did notice as well is at the last meeting, they talked about how there is a R4 area. I think he called it Woodbridge? Woodbridge? I don't know, it's here in Nixa. But it's surrounded by a lot of R1 development around it. Now, if you go back and you look at the size or the value of these homes, they did not decrease because these patio homes were built, but instead the patio values increased because of the homes around it. That's another concern. If they're building regular homes, the housing market could increase, bringing up the property value that we have. Or if they leave it singly as this, it would just stay the same, which either way is fine. But I don't want to bring up their property value on a patio home and make it no difference than the cost of living where I'm at compared to where they are. Because the area in Woodbridge, whenever they were first built, their patio homes were averaged between $80,000 and $100,000 a piece. And the homes in that area were about $150,000 a piece. Now, the homes in that area now are valued at roughly between $200,000 and $250,000 a piece. But those patio homes are now valued at $190,000 to $210,000. I mean, no offense, that's still half a house that you're paying for. But all in all, these are just my personal reasons. The water doesn't really have an issue with me because it's not a concern where it affects me. And I know in other ways around town where I don't need to worry about that traffic pattern or getting congested on that side. These are just my concerns and the things that would affect me personally. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. All right, we'll leave public hearing open if anyone else would like to speak on this item.
I'm Mark Bruder, and I live at 610 South Elegant. And like that's an outdated picture of the neighborhood. It's much more saturated with houses right there. And I think the north side of the Willow development would, with the pickleball courts, would back up to the backyards of the Tiffany Highland homeowners, which they bought those homes under HOAs, having an HOA. So now they would have pickleball courts out there. That'd be their back view off their deck would be the pickleball courts and whatever recreation plans they have. Elegant Drive is like a racetrack, and it was patrolled I moved there 4 years ago. I'm right at the top of the hill, and my house is actually a bus stop. So there's 3 bus stops within a mile on Elegant, right there at Richmond Way, right there at my house, and then on the other side of the hill, which is kind of a blind, you go over the hill and it's a sharp drop. So there's kids at the bottom of that hill, and it's 25 miles an hour on this road, but you'll see people going 40. And like 3-4 years ago, they used to put a patrol car there at that where he says the north entrance would be for the pickleball courts. They used to put a patrol car right there, and he'd sit there and he'd catch people like it was just like shooting fish in a barrel. But now I haven't seen a patrol there in quite some time. In the last 2 years, I haven't personally seen a police officer running radar at all. So I guess they don't need the money. But I just don't think that quantity is what we need. I don't think we need an R4 development here. All these homes are R1 developments, and I just think you would oversaturate the schools, which I'm a small business owner, and I could have lived anywhere near Springfield. My warehouse is in Springfield. I could have moved anywhere in 25-mile radius around Springfield, but I chose Nixa and I chose Tiffany Highlands because it was an R1, and I looked at the plans when we bought it, and it was supposed to be R1 developments all around there, and I know the woods behind me eventually are going to be an R1, and that's fine with me. Progress is good, and I think single-family homes are good, and they bring in just people that want to join a community. And I just feel like there's an issue with the Nixa newsletter is posted the last 2 or 3 years that an ads for bus drivers. They need bus drivers, and the buses are overloaded. The kids are 3, 4 to a seat sometimes. I have 3 kids. They ride the bus, so I know firsthand about this. And they need bus drivers. So if we put an R4 development in there, then the kids aren't going to have the necessary transportation on this racetrack. So there's just a lot of things going on here that don't make sense for this part of Nixa. Thank you.
My name is Scott Purrier. I live at 758 East Diamond, Tiffany Highlands. Our house would back up to the water park, pickleball, amusement park, whatever we think is going in there, but we haven't seen a plat. And I would just tell a developer that if we saw a plat, there might not be as much opposition, even though it's non-binding, just to have some kind of idea what might look like back there. Because if you look at that property, it's a roller coaster of hills and valleys and whatnot. So last week at the Planning and Zoning Commission, I didn't catch his name, but the main guy with the mic basically said that there was nothing south of that lot, which told me that a guy on the commission had not even seen the area. And so what I would do is encourage all of you to drive out there sometime in the next week or two, get a feel for what's south of this development, Elegant Road, the hill that you crest, the kids that were crossing the street there daily, what Bustle is building at the very back of there, because we walked back there. There's a good 80 undeveloped lots back there that haven't even started. So any traffic report that you do or traffic study should take into account what Bustle's building back there, what he's got scheduled to build in the back there, and you don't know that unless you go and see it. I mean, it's hard to just sit here and picture it because you look at this and you see green grass and nothing. But we live out there, we know what's going in out there. And we're looking at the potential for 400 to 500 more cars using Elegant as an artery to get out to Highway 14. I said last week, We know the cheat code if you live in there. If you're going left into Nixa, you're going up behind the come and go and coming out at that light, so you have a stoplight to go left. Right now, it's a death trap if you try to pull out onto 14 with 14 Park Place across the way, us on this side, trying to make that turn left into Nixa. So we all just go right and go to Ozark and eat because you don't have to wait 3 hours for a restaurant. Just encourage you to get out there, check it out, see before you make a vote, see what we deal with, see the traffic we deal with, see that dangerous hill in the crest, and kind of get a feel for what the area looks like. Thank you.
And we'll note for the record, Mr. Prater said that there's a 3-hour wait in every restaurant in Nixa. So if you're a restaurant owner, you should want to come and build a restaurant in Nixa. And we'll leave the public hearing open.
Good evening. My name's Kurt Gillum, 712 South Lantern Ridge. Lantern Ridge being the Ridge subdivision just to the west of the area in question here. This has been an interesting process. I sat through the commission meeting a week ago and sitting through here tonight, trying to gather all the pieces to put this puzzle together to where it makes sense to me. Learned a lot. Learned about words like spot zoning. Not sure how you can look at this situation and see it anything but spot zoning. Every square inch of dirt that surrounds this piece is zoned as R1, and we're looking at putting R4 right in the middle of it. We learned about things like transition zones. That was a new one for me. Actually heard the argument from one of the commissioners that what else would an R1 transition to except a R4? I can't get my head around that. That's like a Major League Baseball player hoping he gets called down to AAA. That just doesn't make sense to me. But we've heard a lot of conversation, a lot of concerns from residents, stormwater, traffic, all valid, all valid. I'm going to go a little bit of a different direction and just mention a few of the other things that I picked up. We've learned that the developer bought this 2 years ago. No fault of his. That property's not worth as much today as it was when he bought it. Just simple economics. Couple that to the rising interest rates that he mentioned. Couple that to falling home prices, and I'm sure it's creating a great deal of anxiety for him. He's got a lot of money expended. He's got a lot of money invested. It's his job as a businessman to protect that investment, to maximize return on that investment. Absolutely no shame in him doing that. Nor is there any shame in me standing here wanting to protect my investment. We've heard from multiple people here tonight, ironically builders, saying this will do nothing to harm the property value around it. In fact, you can look, you can do an internet search, you can find all kinds of studies on there that say this will not have a negative impact on the property around it. Ironically, most of those are funded by builders, developers, or realtors. But I can also find studies that will show just the opposite. But the one thing that none of them will deny, well, there's two actually. The larger the complex, the more the people, the larger the impact, if there is an impact. And number two, the more people you cram in an area, crime will go up. Now, am I saying that bad people live in townhouses? No, I'm saying the more people you crowd in there, the more instances for crime to happen go up. As crime goes up, property value goes down. Undeniable, okay? So I'm just looking here to protect what I've got. Unlike a lot of the folks here, I've been in the Ridge subdivision since 2004. Much like the builder, just trying to protect my investment. Not much gray area here from where I'm standing. It's obvious where the public stands on this. It's obvious where your own commission stands on this. You all got a tough decision to make. You can go with your commission, go with the majority of the people that are here, and leave it like it already is, like we all have assumed it was going to be. Leave it R1 like it currently is, or we can change it and basically thumb our nose at our commission, thumb our nose at all the people here who own property in the area for the benefit of one developer. Nothing against that developer. It just doesn't seem like the right thing to do to me. That's all I got. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Thank you, Mayor. My name's Mark Willoughby, live at 765 East Diamond. We built our house there about almost 6 years ago, and like Mark said earlier, that Elegant is like a racetrack. I mean, you guys should actually come check it out. Back in my driveway, watch it for a couple hours, and you would for sure see it. I'm against rezoning any of this. It seems crazy to me that R1's being all the way around and we rezone this. I don't really know why you guys would do that, but, and like they said, there's already a lot more houses than that even shows right there. So as that, I mean, thank you guys for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Willoughby. Going once, going twice. We'll close the public hearing. Any further comments from staff? So I was right, so Scott, I was correct in my rough math that the builder could put a plat that would be 112 single-family homes on that property as well without any additional zoning requirements.
It would be 114
114.
single-family lots.
Okay.
So that's 20 additional units.
Right.
If we left it R1.
Anything else from council? All right, we'll move along. One more.
First reading Council Bill number 2023-05, an ordinance of the Council of the City of Nixa calling an election to be held on April 4th, 2023, to submit to the qualified voters the question of imposing an additional 3/4 cent general sales tax to fund public safety, authorizing the city clerk to do all things necessary and convenient to submit said question to the qualified voters of the city, and providing for enactment of said tax if approved.
All right, Mayor, Council, bear with me as I try to keep my voice. No, I'm good. Yeah.
I'm gonna let you want to take it.
I'm all right. I'm gonna give just a second for it to clear out a little bit.
It's nice outside. Shoo 'em along. Shoo 'em along.
Drew said take 5.
Okay, we'll take another 5-minute recess.
All right, sounds good.
Allow the crowd to clear.
Thank you.
We'll call the meeting back to order. Move it, move it. Can you get out of here before the stroke of midnight? Oh, Jimmy left. Okay, we need Jimmy back. Call the meeting back to order. Jimmy, go.
All right. Mayor, Council, at the last council meeting, we talked about several possible future tax initiatives. I'm going to quickly just do a review of that last meeting, just for a refresher for us, but also the members in the audience that did not hear it or online. If you remember last meeting, we talked about, even though the last sales tax initiative failed, our challenges are still present, and we still have to figure out solutions for those. We still needed the additional officers. We're still, the staffing study in 2020 said we need 11 officers. And again, unfortunately, in 2023, we were still unable to hire any additional officers. That's the third year in a row that we were not able to hire additional officers and start meeting that need. Again, that's due to a lack of revenues. Again, we still have the additional need for additional space as we continue to outgrow the current police department. The challenges are still present in the Parks Department as well. We still need gym space. And as I talked about last time, we did put a cap on some of our programs moving forward to make sure that we're able to utilize the space that we do have appropriately. And then the other thing we talked about is revenue versus expenditures. What we have currently is not sustainable. And if you remember, we showed the 7-year projections that Jennifer came up. She used some software provided by Baker Tilly, our financial advisors, and plugged in our data and forecasted revenues and expenditures and came up with a 7-year forecast. Again, at our current rate, we will be negative. Net ending cash will be $1.3 million in the hole by the end of 2025. Again, that is very, very concerning for us and for staff. Then we looked at what a 3/4 cent sales tax would do. If we looked at a 3/4 cent, potentially a law enforcement sales tax, then we showed that projection as well, and it did push that out to at least 2027. Again, this was utilizing our current and future revenues and expenses, including our 5-year capital plan, as Jennifer explained last time. The next screen, what I did is I went through the 5-year capital plan. I sat down with Chief Campbell and Mr. Kraus, and I went over both of their 5-year CIP plans and made several cuts on that plan. For example, most of those cuts came on the park side. There was a few on the police side as well, and we reprioritized some things for the police department to spread those CIPs out a little bit. But mainly with the parks, we ended up looking at what would happen if we cut those CIPs that we had in there, such as future trail expansions, park remodels on the ball fields, things like that, that, as we talked before, those are things that just aren't affordable. And if we want to look at doing that, we're going to have to go to some point to the public and ask them to consider some type of parks funding to be able to do those projects. So I went ahead and we cut those down. So we did reduce the CIPs. So what you're seeing here is a 3/4 cent sales tax. If we did a law enforcement sales tax with those cut or reduced CIPs, we're looking at positive at least till 2029. Now, and again, during that time, I would anticipate, as we talked, revisiting the park's needs and challenges and potentially looking at going back to the public to address those needs and challenges, which would obviously, if that was done, would push that number well past 2027 to stay in the black. So as a reminder, I'm going to run through these really quick. We talked about the strategic plan and how under high performance government, the strategic planning committee, which again was made up with citizens within our community, said that we needed to identify and address staffing needs in order to meet our needs for services. And again, that's what we're doing. We know we're short in the parks. We know we're short in the police with staffing. Community safety, action plan number 2 said provide the voters an opportunity to fund law enforcement operations and facilities. And then action plan 3 was to expand police department facilities to address the growth. And then again, the action plan 8 was for the parks, develop new recreational spaces and renovate current spaces. And then number 10 was put forward at least one ballot issue, provide voters an opportunity to fund those expansions of Parks Department facilities and operations. And then, as a reminder, our sales tax breakdown, Currently, our sales tax in the city is 7.475%. Of that, Nixa receives half a cent for transportation, 1 cent for general, and we have 1.5 cents going to the use tax. As a reminder, the Nixa, we have not collected any personal property tax since 1987, and we only receive about 5% of real property tax. And I'll mention again, too, we've not increased that general sales tax since 1987 as well. So we talked about what a different sales taxes would generate. We looked at a 1/4 cent, half cent, 3/4 cent, and 1 cent. You will notice these numbers are just slightly higher than the ones I presented last meeting, and that's because we got the end of year numbers in for 2022. So I utilized those numbers where before I was utilizing the end of 2021 because we didn't finish out 22 yet. But now that we have those numbers, I got a little more accurate numbers. Again, as we talked about with the need for police officers, we need 11 officers. That's going to run an estimated $1.1 million. By the time you talk about officers, equipment, benefits, salaries, vehicles, all those other things that go into that. And then the police department building is about $13 million. And again, that's the building we talked about to take care of us for at least a minimum of 20 years of growth within our community. We also talked about how both of those together actually totaled more by the time you figure in a payment for the bond payment and the additional officers. You're well over $2 million, or right at it. It's going to be really close, depending on what our interest rates are and that kind of thing when we bond that out. That's all dependent on that. But it would at least eat up a complete 1/2 cent. And so what we were faced with is if we did a 1/2 cent sales tax, even if we could use that 1/2 cent to get a building and hire the officers, we're still negative in 2025 because we're still drawing too much funds from the general fund to the police department. So again, that would not address any of our future needs, and we would still be in the same situation in a few years. So again, that's why we looked at going with a 3/4 cent. 3/4 cent would generate about $3.1 million a year. And again, what we talked about was prioritizing a 3/4 cent for law enforcement now and taking care of our immediate needs for public safety. And then we can come back in the future and look at the Parks Department and look at how we want to address that. If you remember, we talked about things such as maybe a 1/4 cent parks maintenance and operations tax or CIP taxes to handle some of the projects that we're hearing from the community they want, like a pool, indoor pool, more trails, those kind of things. So again, those would be something, again, that we will have to come back and address in the future. But our number one priority right now is public safety. So before you tonight, staff's recommendation is to prioritize public safety, do a 3/4 cent general sales tax dedicated to law enforcement. And again, we'll look at addressing the parks needs in the future. And I know that's quick and it's just a review. So if you have any questions, I would be happy to answer them.
I have a question. I have two
Sure.
questions. If the sales tax passes, can funds that we're using now for the police department be possibly diverted, some of them to the Parks Department?
No, if we pass the 3/4 cent general sales tax, that 3/4 cent general sales tax has to go to the police department only. But it would alleviate some of the other transfers that we're doing from general fund now, which would open up more of general fund to do other
Well, that was my
things with.
question. If what we're using now, could some of that be diverted to Parks?
What we're using now, yes. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you.
Okay, and the other one was, I saw the figures with 3/4 cent. I'm just so anxious, since they didn't pass like the 1/2 cent for them, considering how it was broken down, that if they'd go for the 3/4.
Yeah, again, a 1/2 cent will not take care of our needs, is the concern. And, the thing was, what we heard from the public during the last sales tax initiative was that they wanted the option between police and parks, and they wanted that, split out and given 2 options. So what we're doing is coming back and we're saying, we heard you, and we want to be able to come back and give them the opportunity to do that separately. By doing this, it allows them to vote for the police, and then we can come back in the future for the parks, and because we want to make sure that we're listening to our citizens.
Yeah, one of the things we didn't publicize well before was that the rec complex would have paid for part of the policing needs into the future.
Correct.
Because it would have been a revenue generating operation. So without that, we can't really go the half again.
Yeah.
Just because we don't have the offsetting revenue from the sports complex to be able to make up the difference.
Correct. Yep, that is correct.
Any other questions? right. Okay. Thank you, Jimmy. You bet. And we will open up the public hearing. Or do you have anybody signed up for this? Oh, so we'll open up the public hearing.
Matt Wicklund, 2106 East Melton Road. So the city of Ozark just tried to pass a public safety sales tax. I had about an hour conversation with Alderman Galloway about this and the reasons he considered why it failed. So I thought maybe I would share with you guys. Maybe it's helpful, maybe it's not. His primary feedback, as relayed to me, was that they got a lot of feedback from the term public safety because people they felt it was ambiguous, and so they felt like the city was telling them it was going to be spent on the police department without a guarantee of it being spent on the police department because they called it public safety. They didn't call it the police department. So I don't know if you want to take that into consideration whenever putting this out because the optics look bad on such an ambiguous phrase. So that was my input.
Sure. Yeah, definitely. When you look at Republic, they have a public safety tax currently in place with pays for fire and police both, where we don't provide any other public safety purposes. So I'm not sure what the exact wording that you had.
Yeah, on the ballot issue, it does say public safety on the ballot, but when we communicate to the public, we'll make sure that they do know that this is for police. Yep.
And we'll leave open the public hearing. So Andy, this is when we have that long conversation that you wanted to have earlier. Okay. Okay. Go ahead, Brandy.
Of course, there's no question that I'm 100,000% for our police department. So I think part of the thing whenever we're outside and people come out for the voting, they came out like, oh, I voted for Jeff City, so that helped our police department. It's like, no, you weren't educated in your voting. So I think you have my commitment to help educate our community and our voters on what this is for and how it's going to be used. And I appreciate you guys very much. And when I get across city limits from Springfield or Branson or wherever I'm coming from, I already just feel safer, and I appreciate that. And as, you know, when I'm out myself, you know, pumping gas or whatever I'm doing, I know you have my back. And I want you to know that we have your back. So you have my dedication and, of course, my vote all the way through and my family support. So thank you so much. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Ms. Bewley. I hadn't thought of that before, that there was that confusing Kansas City police protection thing that was on there. I hadn't thought about that having an effect on it. It's interesting. We'll leave open the public hearing. Close the public hearing. Anything further from staff? Any further questions or comments from council?
Mayor, for you, yes, one comment. If we do move forward with this, we will need to look at pension scheduling a special meeting because the deadline is the day after our next council meeting, and if we miss bad weather or anything like that, I would suggest we look at a special meeting for the second reading, but to give back enough time to get the paperwork.
Okay. Yep, we'll look at calendars after the meeting and see what we can come up with. All right, we'll move on to the second readings.
Second reading amended Council Bill number 2022-114, an ordinance of the Council of the City of Nixa rezoning the real property generally located at 300 block of South Market Street from single-family residential R1 district to a two-family attached residential R4 district.
Thank you. So this is the second reading for a rezone along 300 block of South Market Street. The property is currently zoned R1 single family, and they are requesting to go to two-family attached residential, which is R4, a common topic tonight. So in 2006, the property was split into two lots with the creation of the James Brown minor subdivision. At the same time, the property rezoned from ag to single-family residential. The property featured a single-family structure originally built in 1903, but that was demolished last year in August of 2022. The property owner is requesting to rezone his two lots, which is lots 1 and 2 of the James Brown minor subdivision. You might remember that this first went to the Planning and Zoning Commission to be rezoned to R3 in November of 2022. And then at the first reading at the November 14th City Council meeting, many concerned neighbors expressed concerns about the potential triplex and adding to an existing stormwater issue that's in the area. So staff relayed that to the property owner, and the property owner then discussed with his team and decided to rezone to R4, which seemed to be what the surrounding property owners would agree to. So the subject property is bounded by ag zoning to the east and to the south, and then single-family residence to the north and west. But in the vicinity, there is R3, high-density multifamily, and then also R4, which is adjacent to this property, to the northwest corner of this property. So the proposed land use is consistent with development within the vicinity. The subject property is directly served by South Market Street and East Lynn Street, both local roads. All municipal services are available and immediately accessible to the site and able to support a multifamily development of this size. Again, the main concern with this one has been stormwater management. So the subject property is not served by regional detention facilities. Okay. Development of the site must conform to the city's regulations concerning stormwater management. I'll get it.
Interrupted, completely blame off there, yeah.
Yeah, so in our technical specification manual, it states that if the 10% storm event causes structural flooding downstream, on-site detention or a mutually agreed upon off-site improvement will be required. So in this case, we will require some type of on-site detention for this property. So again, this went to the Planning and Zoning Commission in December 5th, 2022. During the public hearing, again, the neighbors expressed concerns about the stormwater issues that the neighboring properties experienced during substantial rain events. These were the same concerns that prompted the applicant to amend their rezone. The Planning and Zoning Commission voted 7-1 to recommend approval to City Council. The commissioner with the lone nay vote mentioned that the stormwater concerns raised by the neighbors that were not part of the first P&Z meeting, that would have caused them to vote no at the previous rezone request. But since now that those have been raised, they are still considering a no vote on it. Staff does recommend approval. If you have any questions, I'm available.
Any questions? Thank you, Scott.
Thank you.
And we'll open up the public hearing. Close the public hearing.
No.
Sorry. Oh,
He
sorry.
was getting up.
Oh.
Yeah.
I live at 403 East Lynn. My name is Timmy Rika. I've told y'all what I feel. I've showed you the pictures. Please don't ruin my home. That's after 11 o'clock. That's all I really have to say is please don't ruin my home for some developer from Kimberling City. Because he doesn't live here. He hasn't showed up here. I've been here. I care about my home. If it was your home that was going to flood, would you do it to yourselves? That's all I ask. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schrader. And we'll leave open the public hearing.
Matt Wicklund, 2106 East Mountain Road. This is actually what I came here for. So the stormwater runoff issue, I'm the builder. I'm representing Jim Brown of the James Brown Minor Subdivision. He couldn't be here tonight. He's been to 2 planning and zoning meetings and 1 city council meeting. We didn't go to the 1 planning and zoning meeting that had an issue, that larger issue. So as far as the stormwater runoff concern, I am trying to understand how our build affects their stormwater runoff on their residents, with multifamily homes larger, so more than single family home. Typically you have to have a stormwater runoff plan. It has to be accounted for. That's already in the city's purview. I understand that some people don't think that it is good enough, but we're meeting all of the city's requirements. We came forward the first time with triplexes because we were just trying to get the highest and best use of the property for that section. And when we pulled it up on a map, there's quadplexes, duplexes, single-family homes everywhere. So we just went with what we thought made the most sense. There was some pushback. Jim came and talked to us, our realtor. And so on your guys' recommendation and the feedback from them, we stepped down to duplexes to try to be, friendly and cordial. We're not trying to be mean. We're just trying to do something with this property. And I just don't understand how the stormwater runoff of the existing subdivision and the existing issues have really much to do with us. I understand raising the concern, I understand bringing it to the city's attention, and I understand the city upholding us to the standards and making sure that we don't make the problem worse. I get all that. I just don't really understand what that has to do with the rezoning. So I'm here to answer any questions, and that's it.
Any questions? Thank you very much. And we'll leave open the public hearing. And close the public hearing. Anything further from staff?
As mentioned, Mr. Brown did attend the previous Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, and he did mention that he had an engineer on site to examine the situation to figure out how to come into compliance with the stormwater requirements.
Any further questions or discussion from staff or from council?
Did I understand, Scott, all ago, you said that the change from the triplex to the duplex was the neighbors that were at the meeting and raised conditions were okay with duplexes at the time?
That was my assessment of what we heard at the public hearing. And then through the conversation that I had with the property owner, he had elected to do a different zoning, which was to R4. But yeah, during the public hearing, I believe that was what was expressed by many concerned neighbors, that triplexes was too much, but duplexes would be fine.
Any other questions? Anything else? No? Okay. Take a motion to approve.
So made.
Roll call, please.
Sean Lucas,
Yes.
Jared Giddens,
Yes.
Aaron Peterson,
Yes.
Darlene Graham,
Yes.
Matt Ogden,
Yes.
Seth Baylog.
No.
All right.
But only because
That being last thing on the agenda.
No, you have a
Oh,
resolution.
One more. Oh, resolution, sorry.
Don't forget Amanda.
That was close. Made Amanda wait all this time.
Resolution number 2023-01, a resolution of the Council of the City of Nixa amending the city's personnel code by modifying policy 7.3.1, 7.3.2, and policy 7.3.3 to reduce the insurance probationary period.
So like this states, this is our insurance probationary period that we would like to reduce. Right now, it's 90 days. The City of Nixa is continuously looking for ways to improve our employee benefits to retain and attract employees. This particular benefit policy change should help in attracting new talent because it will reduce the probationary period for insurance coverage from 90 days to as little as 30 days. There is a thing there because we want to move it to the first of the month following 30 days of hire. So it could be anywhere from 30 to 60 days. And that is important because when you're leaving one employer to go to another, you're eligible for COBRA. And so COBRA is good you can sign up for 60 days. And so hopefully this will cover them. They can sign up for COBRA with their previous employer, but this will cover them within 60 days so they don't have to pay out of pocket necessarily. And this will come into play for after 60 days. So this will affect new hires going forward. I know there is one question. Are there any other questions?
Is there anybody currently within the 90-day probationary period that this
would reduce, or how would that work?
Yes, this would be effective January 1st, and we've had 2 new hires at that time. At that time, we did tell them 90 days in case this did not pass, because I do have to send the paperwork in, but they are ready to process this and make it effective because we've not had anybody else. We did have a new hire that started on the 27th of December, but they do fall into the 90-day probationary period because they were hired before January 1st.
Okay.
My question on this is a lot of companies and a lot of businesses, I don't know anywhere now that for benefits that even have a probationary period. Like it's almost immediately day one, they start the benefits. What's preventing us from doing that?
What's preventing us from doing that is a lot of times we offer 3 health plans. If it were just dental and vision, it wouldn't be a huge deal, but we offer 3 health plans. And a lot of times when people come in, even though we give them brochures at interviews and things like that to take home and read, a lot of people do not read it. And so when they come in on day one, they don't know what they want to sign up for. And so they have to go home and talk it over with spouse, parents, or just read over the information. And then they forget to turn it back in. And so that is a problem when I'm trying to set them up in payroll. If they start in the middle of a payroll and they don't have their paperwork turned in, then I can't charge them for that. And so by the time they do get their paperwork turned in, I have to charge them twice for not having it turned in correctly, so they're on the bill and that we're charging them the way we're supposed to. So there's problem number 1. Number 2, it's harder to reconcile the monthly invoice to do that. That's why I want to go with the first of the month, because right now we have 90 days, which they can come on at any time within the month. But when I get the bill, we are charged for, so like now it's January, I've already gotten the bill and it's for February. And so we're constantly having to find where we're off. And so I'm trying to reduce the amount of effort I'm having to put into reconciling the invoices on a monthly basis. Because it's not just medical, dental, and vision. It's short-term and long-term disability, it's voluntary life, it's base life, it's all of that. And so we're not just adding them to those 3, it's all of them. And so with a department of 2, for 150-plus employees that have insurance, I'm trying to help the employee, but also help myself. Because that's hard. So, and plus, we also have a probationary period for a reason. We've had at least 5 people that we have let go within a probationary period within the last probably 18 months. And that's just one less thing I did not have to do was term their insurance. But we do have a probationary period for a reason. And so, yes, I know a lot of employees are doing day one, but it is a lot of extra work. And I don't personally have the staff to do that.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Any other questions? Thank you, Amanda. We'll open up the public hearing. Close the public hearing. Any further questions or discussion? We'll take a motion to approve.
I'll make a second.
All in favor?
Sean.
Aye. Opposed? All right. Now we're to the end of the agenda. Okay. Anything else from staff?
Yep, just a couple things, just to keep everyone informed. The RBI, the Regional Broadband Initiative Board that we have agreed to be a part of, has their kickoff meeting this Tuesday with the broadband group that's going to be doing our feasibility study. So I'm just going to keep you guys up in the loop on that. So that is going to be taking off and running. So I'll let you guys know where that goes. And then the other thing, we talked about a date for a potential special meeting. I wanted to throw a date out of, see if next Tuesday night would work, maybe the 17th. I don't know if we could have enough to get a quorum or not.
I can't on this Tuesday night, but.
Okay.
January 17th?
We just did next Monday. Oh, next Monday's
Tuesday.
a holiday, isn't it?
Monday's a holiday.
I can make it.
Yep, I can.
I'm not available.
No. So we got 2 no's. We could look at Wednesday or Thursday even.
Unless of FaceTime or something like that, I just can't be here on site.
No problem at all. And we could look at Wednesday or Thursday. I was just, well, actually, no, we cannot.
No,
Cindy and I are both gone Wednesday and Thursday for a conference, so.
What about the 12th?
If we could get a quorum Tuesday night, or we can look at maybe something even later this week if we need to.
About
As long as we
Thursday
have
of
time
this
to
week?
get the agenda out.
What about Thursday this week?
Thursday this week?
Thursday.
Can everybody make it Thursday?
I'll be out of
See this
town.
week?
Okay. But everybody else will be here? Okay.
What time?
Thursday of this week
You guys
or
do
next
it.
week?
Yeah, I'll do 4:30.
Is 4:30 okay with everyone?
Maybe.
Maybe.
Make
Gotta
us turn it
say
up
yes
when
or
they
say
shut the
no.
doors.
So that'd be Thursday, the 12th, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, 4:30.
Okay.
Do I have five up and down heads? Five up and down heads?
Which one are we
We
doing?
can say
or
five.
4:30?
5 is better for everyone. Could you get off? Just because Becca gets off work at 4:30.
I get off work at 5.
Oh, okay.
Oh, well.
We could-
4:45
I should be able
then?
to be here. There's a 1% chance I'll be late, but
I do anticipate it being a very quick
Okay.
meeting.
yeah, I don't think it'll last long.
Not too much time.
So what time are we doing
I
then?
can remember.
4:30, Thursday, the
I'll
12th.
be in Joplin, but I'll have access
4:30.
to everything.
Okay. We gotta get
All right,
back
thank you.
home.
Anything else from staff?
Yeah.
Brian, can I ask for just one update on the Republic Services issues we've been having?
Sure.
I know
Yeah,
it's
go ahead,
late, and I beg everyone's pardon, but we've had a number of citizens reach out with the delays and the interruptions, so maybe just a Cliff's Notes version of, I know we've addressed it in some capacity the best that we could.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for asking. Yeah, I've been in contact with the general manager for Republic Services multiple times over the last couple of weeks. This week, today, and several times last week, talking about the concerns that we've been receiving from our citizens about trash service, and some citizens not getting their trash service picked up in a timely manner. It was kind of, I think, unfortunately, if you want to call it the perfect storm for them, and visit with him. They are down drivers due to multiple reasons. I don't know if you saw the news story. They were down drivers for bereavement and sickness and those kind of things. Plus, then that coupled with the bad weather that we got, and then the holidays on top of that, they did get behind. And the general manager was very, very receptive and very, very responsive to the concerns when I spoke with her. She did assure me that they would try to have everything picked up by the end of the day this last Saturday, a couple of days ago. I did speak with her today, and she said that for the most part, they did. They did realize there is one or two small pockets that where they have new drivers covering routes for other drivers. There is a couple of trash cans here or there that's not actually on the listed route, and the driver missed it. So they're going back and correcting that and making sure that they take care of that. So, but she said for this week, all routes should be on schedule, both recycling and trash moving forward. So, again, very receptive to the comments, and again, they assure me that they're going to do everything they can to keep moving forward in the right direction.
So when we'll be looking at renewing this trash service contract?
So the contract's up in December of this year. Yeah. So
Of
we'll
this
be going
year?
out- Yes. So we'll be
Okay.
going out for another bid later this year.
Okay, because the suggestion that we both got from one particular man who was very upset because his trash hadn't been picked up, was that we try to put something in that contract that designates if they don't pick it up once, twice, whatever, that they get some kind of a rebate or some kind of a credit on their bill to make up for them not picking it up on that.
We do have a provision that if something's missed, by contract, they have to have it picked up in 48 hours, but there is a, there's a clause in there that allows that to go beyond that for bad weather, and unfortunately, we had bad weather, so there really wasn't much that we can do there, but, yeah, very good point, Ms. Graham, and when we get to the next contract, that is definitely something we can work on negotiating.
Well, he was very verbal about us putting something in there like that, so.
Understand completely. Thank you.
Anything else from council? The only thing I had, Sean was, liaison presentation is scheduled for the next meeting, but I think we'll move that because it's going to be a super long meeting too, so we'll move that to February sometime. Gotcha. Nothing else? I'll accept a motion to adjourn.
So made.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you all.
Fabulous work tonight, Mayor Steele.